Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast for the 19th rather of March 2022. I am joined by Trim,
Hello.
Discordia,
Hello.
and resident avian Jonathan Crow.
Hello. Who the hell left the window up again?
Yeah, someone left the window open. Put the shinies away.
He's like a gypsy, I tell you. A gypsy with a sexy voice.
Yeah, I turned Crow down because he was making noise the other day. There we go.
Mm-hmm. So, who do we have in chat? I'll try turning him up on your end.
Then I am doing that yet.
Well, we have student of history so far.
Yep, we've got student of history.
And George.
Yep, Billy Blogs, and Jonathan Crow's in chat.
Well, not that guy.
Oh, God.
God damn it. Hey, John, check this out. This guy, the Jonathan Crow guy, I mean, he has a really good voice, but he's kind of a dick.
Kinda.
I'm very confused. What?
Now I'm telling you about how you're kind of a dick, yet slightly attractive.
Do I need an adult?
How old are you?
30?
No. Better question. Is Voss standing outside your door? If no,
I'm
then
not
no.
gonna look. Now you've mentioned it, my door's closed. I don't want to look.
Jonathan just hears like.
Well, it's actually super derogatory.
I think I've seen this movie.
Guys?
Hey?
I'm going to impress you by suddenly being really loud.
Oh, gee. Power.
Fear me, for I have spoken, I guess. I don't know. I'd be like the most half-assed god if I was one.
Well, I suppose we should get in...
Wrath or some shit, you know?
Sunly lightning, I guess.
Oh dear. So, do you guys support current thing? Or are you dirty, filthy, racist, Trump-supporting Nazis?
Yeah, that second
Impossible
one
to
for
not
sure.
give a fuck. Because I support the ability to not give a fuck. I support the third option, not caring at all.
You don't. No. Everything is a binary issue. You are either full of virtue, or you're a Nazi.
The thing is, I haven't been told what the current thing is yet, so...
It doesn't matter. Do you support it or not?
Probably, but like, what? I need to know the programming so I can start, you know?
Did you not get
update? It's fine.
Did you not get the NPC update from the servers?
My internet's been down, so...
You should probably run a check for that.
I mean, he still has time to update, but we should totally flag him for ostracization and...
I'm just reporting him now.
Yep.
This one is defective.
He does not peek when he poops.
Not already fully in favor of the current thing. Therefore, must be decommissioned.
You must support the current thing. Resistance is futile.
It's like Westworld. We'll send Crow away for decommissioning.
Yes.
You know, sometimes I wonder if we're actually in command by the Gluckins sometimes. But then I realize at least the Gluckins would be fucking competent.
Some days I'm glad our evil dictators are incompetent, corrupt scum. Because if they were competent, oh boy.
Well, that's true.
At least they'd be smart enough to let us have some joys in life. Keep us even more placated.
Bread and circuses. Yep.
Yep. Let them eat or drive cake.
Wasn't there something similar to that recently that some idiot said?
Yeah, it was during the electric car thing.
Oh, yeah.
You can't afford gasoline or diesel?
Should have got an
Buy an electric car because you totally can afford that when you can't afford fucking
Yeah, you can't
Gas
afford
or
50
oh
quid
god.
to fucking fill your gas tank up, but for sure you can afford this, multi-thousand-pound car. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then I'll follow on from that. I live in Australia. How many charging points do you think there are from east to west?
I mean, the
I've
Aborigines have been
seen
going
some of
around
the roads
installing
in
them everywhere,
Australia.
so.
I've seen some of the roads in Australia. Like, you don't want to stop there.
Why don't you take some Aborigines, hamster wheel, and then just generate the electricity good old-fashioned way?
Well, if you're going to do that, you might as well walk.
I think you'll find that charging points actually grow naturally in the wild.
Really?
Yeah.
That'll be those green ones, yeah?
Yeah. Like they're upside down trees, you know? Have you seen the upside down trees of Australia?
Upside down trees of Australia? Nah.
They're really, really pretty. One of my favorites.
What the hell is this?
They look like upside down
Everything
trees.
is
I cannot
upside
remember what
down
they're
in
called.
Australia then. I've been lied to.
I can't remember if you know what I'm talking about, Bezic.
I think there might be a tree that has the greenery down the bottom, but I also can't tell if you're just picking on him.
No, it's a real tree. The bloody hell's it called? I found pictures of it. The baobab.
Oh, so from Africa.
Oh, it's African, right?
For fuck's sake, Crow!
Africa, Australia, both are in
Africa, same thing. I'm a crow. I don't have geographical skills.
Can we cancel Crow for fake news?
No.
You can't cancel crows.
No.
His voice carries him.
They just keep coming back, you know?
Just being a yammering idiot's enough to get him elected president.
Wow,
I mean, I'd be impressed considering I'm British, but there we go.
Holy shit,
I don't see why you need to let something as simple as the law get in the way. Biden did it.
Yeah, you just haven't fortified hard enough if the law got in the way.
Fortification is always...
You can just amend the Constitution with a fortified vote.
Actually, the baobab tree does grow in Australia, so there we go.
Crow has once again stated his supremacy.
I just looked into it. I thought I had seen them there.
Disco.
Hey guys, we got Tarzan. We have Tarzan in the chat.
Yeah. And Tarzan says no more than 3 charging stations on the whole continent. Yeah, that sounds about right.
How many people own that and shit? How many people own electric cars then?
Mythos is also a Corvid. Which Corvid are you, Mythos? You a rival Corvid? You a magpie? What are you?
Magpies aren't those those cunts that always...
What gang are you in it? It's just going to be gang warfare.
We got crows, we got ravens, we got magpies.
Are you an all black or white stripes?
Don't even get me started on the hooded crows.
It's a fucking disgrace, I tell you.
Ooh, not a magpie. So, yeah, no, I don't like this whole NPC bullshit that's going on lately. It's been really getting on my nerves. Especially,
It's like clockwork, isn't it? Like...
Yeah. It's like... And people, I see the fucking Ukrainian thing everywhere. People in my local village are, doing charity fundraisers and, like raffle tickets for them. I'm just kind of like, do you even know what's going on?
Yeah, I think this is what a lot of the normies don't get as well, because, when you point out... When you point out these people who, they're literally just doing it because it's the current thing to do, and you're like, you have no idea what's going on. Like, you have no idea what you're even supporting. Yeah. You're just like, I've been told this is the virtuous thing. And you call those out. And then the people who can only think in binary are like, well, then you must, love Putin. And it's like, that. No, we don't have to take it all the way to, worshiping Putin. We can say, just stop virtue signaling something that you haven't even researched.
What I don't understand is we've been at war for the last 20 years or so. So where was all this fucking, charity and support for Afghanistan and Iraq and Iran and all the war?
Well, none of that happened. You see, they're over there.
See, this
No,
was
no,
a
no. It's
really
because they're
mistake.
terrorists, but you're not allowed to be Islamophobic. But also, Ukraine is obviously being invaded by. Like, fuck off. It's all just
I
complete wrong
actually seen a
thing.
really funny one the other day where, somebody tried to actually, get through the cognitive dissonance there, and they're like, okay, so we should sanction countries who invade other countries. And yes, we should take everything, punish the citizens for voting for the person. It's like, great. So we need to sanction the USA for invading Iraq or whatever it was. And you're
Yeah.
no, that was different. And it's like, how was it different? Oh well,
Because
it's
it's
it's not about that.
freedom-loving.
It's
It's
not about that.
freedom-loving war.
We're
That's
talking
what it
about
is.
Russia right now, and it's like, no, if we apply your standards across the board, then we should be sanctioning you personally as a fucking U.S. citizen for
Have you
the
have you
U.S.
seen
invading
Steve
other
Hughes?
countries.
Have you seen Steve Hughes' comedy skits at all?
No.
He did this brilliant one years ago where he's talking about the war on terror, and he's like, so you're having a war against the consequences of the very actions that you're partaking in.
Right.
Funny
But
that. It's like, yeah, but our version of terror is good, it's like terror light.
Well, it was the double think, like, and even when they did come around to saying that, well, yeah, I guess like our war was no good, but that's not what we're talking about now. We're punishing them over there, and it's like you could just as easily have been in their shoes 10 years ago, and according to your own logic, it would have been fine to have punished you for that as an individual, to be punished as a U.S. citizen. It's unreal. Like,
It's just, I don't
It
know.
would have been easier if we were just back in the good old colonial era. It's like, yeah, I have bigger guns and more guns. I am now in charge. Yes.
I mean, there's
Only,
nothing new under the
throw
sun
out
when it comes to this stuff.
just throw the fucking tea out and just replace it with coffee, and it's fucking perfect.
Yeah. And sanctions, as some articles I prepared for last week but have pulled up go, they're pointless. They're utterly fucking worthless. In fact, they don't harm Putin, they strengthen him.
I mean, isn't he currently making deals with Saudi and China? So maybe.
Yes. But also, as the boys on the later seasons have mentioned several times, what does the average Russian, who is now not allowed to look at Western media, think when Russia Today comes on air and goes, Sleepy Joe Biden has decided that you, the Russian people, are no longer allowed to have X?
Yeah, I mean, there's that as well. There's an awful lot of nastiness against just the average Russian who has nothing to do with his health. Some of them are not even in Russia right now, and they're getting this. So yeah, it probably will strengthen any propaganda that he's putting out there that the West hates Russia, because right now the West does hate Russia.
I mean, the real question for me is, are Russians really people or not?
Or people in Chinese. I mean,
because there is this odd,
Western Taiwanese.
like you're saying, they are basically being othered at this point in time. So, do their lives matter? Do Russian lives matter? Because I don't think they do. Obviously, I think their lives matter, but I don't think these people think they do. I think they think of these literally like an alien race. That's how I think they feel.
Well, unfortunately, these people are so stupid and such NPCs that they've literally gone, Russia invade Ukraine equal bad. Putin in charge of Russia equal evil. Putin elected by country, therefore all people in country evil.
All people from country evil.
Yes, this is true.
Like, even people who are Russian citizens who don't live in Russia are being punished. Hell, did you see? I don't know. I hope I'm not spoiling an article, but they even took away the first man in space's name off of like the space stuff. It's basically been removed from history. He didn't like. You're gonna say that he invaded Ukraine?
Yes. Also,
is that what you're trying to say?
If this is what you're
fucking dead by now.
If this is what they're going to whine about, why didn't they take it off? Oh, I don't know, 50 years ago when the USSR was doing far fucking worse things.
just
But that
it's
is
so
okay. It was
stupid.
okay then because they were on the Allies side, and everything bad they did was against the Nazis, who were basically their themselves with different clothes on. But hey, we don't need to talk about that.
And the guys are like, "What the fuck? They've removed Yuri Gagarin." Well, let's
Yeah,
bring
yeah,
this
yeah.
up.
I'll send you a link to it. So I wasn't sure if you had it in your box of articles or not, but there you go. Yeah, they've removed his name.
Oh,
From some
fuck's
content.
sake!
Yeah. Like, what the fuck?
I mean, he wasn't even fucking Russian. He was a Soviet.
He has a slightly Russian name.
Yes, well, he might have been from Russia, but there was no such nation state as Russia at the time.
Though before
Yeah.
this, the name Yuri is forever weird to me to see as a person's name.
Shut up, weeb.
Hey, shut up! You're on it. You're into that shit too.
Yeah, but you thought of it.
The thing is, this is the typical thing with NPCs. Revisionist history isn't a problem to them because it allows their NPC programming to carry on working.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
this should ring alarm bells to anybody. We are trying to rewrite history because somebody in the future did something bad.
Hey, I remember someone else doing that when people got on his bad side. What was his name again? Joseph F. Stalin, I suppose?
Oh, you mean
Maybe?
the guy who was alive when Yuri Gagarin was fucking about in space?
Big fan of
Pretty much.
Photoshop, I heard.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
we're
yeah.
gonna pretend this guy didn't go to space. Is that what we're gonna do?
Yeah, seems like the logical thing to do. I mean, you always ignore their accomplishments because his accomplishments were purely by the state and not an accomplishment for humanity in general. Which means that the speech, the quote when a certain someone stepped on the moon was a small step for man and a giant, massive leap for America.
I find it very interesting actually because a lot of these NPCs are very much the globalist sort of archetype. They want everyone to all gather together, but as soon as someone steps outside of that, they're very, very quick to be like, no, we must make them the other. We must have division and war and all of this other
It's
stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm
because
just kind
the
of
Because we can't.
message needs it. The message needs an enemy, a constant opposition
Yeah,
to
but
give
of
them
all
some
the
freedom.
fucking
Yeah, we-
people, the first man in space. I
Yeah.
guess he was Russian, but he was born and died in the Soviet Union.
Yeah, and they're
Yeah.
like, they've done it in light of current events. We've stripped him of his honors. Like, what? It's not like you found out, 50 years down the line that, he was a serial pedophile or something and you don't think he deserves to be honored.
that's
Actually, what he did is when he was in space, he planned the Ukrainian invasion.
And it's just like, okay, so somebody, now has done something you don't like, fine, but why are you taking it out on this guy from the past?
This guy doesn't give a fuck either. He's dead.
He
doesn't matter what
He
happened.
he
Yeah.
You
died.
can't even clear his name.
He died 30 years before the Berlin Wall fell. For fuck's sake.
This is, I mean, you hear of, people getting cancelled because their ancestors had a slave at some point, and that kind of guilt by association is ridiculous. This is taking that even further. Like, if somebody with the same nationality as you does something bad at any point in the future, all of your achievements are going to be cancelled.
Can we
That's
just call it what it
terrifying.
is? Can we just call it what it is? Racism.
It is. It's
Yeah.
actual racism.
This is racism.
And I've got.
It is. It's just racist against Russians.
Guys,
That's all it
remember what Chunky Boy said. This is clearly racism because it is not nationality, it's racism because Putin is white, we're white, so apparently we're on Putin's side.
Well, then it's
No. I don't believe in that.
was it xenophobia or something?
Yeah.
Yep.
Or
If
something.
you don't want to say racism, then I think xenophobia might be more.
They had Russophobia as well. But if you're going to say that Russians aren't a distinct separate race from the British in some respect, because we have different biological heritages, then you can't say the Jews are a separate group either. frankly.
But this is the problem as well. Like,
Yeah,
race
but
is
when
one
when
of
when
the-
when you're
race
looking
is one of the worst ways to try and like divvy people out because
when
like
you start saying that Brits and Russians are the same race, like eventually you get to the point where Brits and Africans are the same race.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Which yes, they are, but
I mean,
Well,
there's
what's the
now,
genetic difference?
If we're gonna use the oh come on, what's the word I was looking for?
statistically,
geographical.
Yeah, the geographical definition of how people change in different areas, then it's kind of becoming melted more now as everybody's everywhere. But
Yeah, it's skin color is a stupid way to try and do that because you've
what
got
are you
white
saying,
Russians.
Discordia? You are a horrible racist for
so
trying to
many
bury the
people
narrative of the left.
from
How dare you?
massively different places that maybe look somewhat similar because of skin color, but have completely different ancestral histories.
What are
I
you
see,
talking
this is why
about?
I'm not
You
a fan
say
of this
you
whole...
don't also drink kvass while eating simichki outside your sauna? That is
See,
real.
this is one of the reasons I don't like the idea of racism as a whole, because racism is the idea that black people are a different race to Chinese, to Hispanic. These aren't races. These are different geographical groups that have evolved to adapt to their environment. They are not different that far genetically. There's very very subtle differences between
yes,
us.
if you're
Like
going
the
to call it
differences between
everything,
two
it would be a
canaries in two different
breed.
islands.
Mm.
Yeah, or like not even a subspecies, but there's another word, like a different genotypes, similar, same species, same genetic makeup. You look at it, we're like 99% of us are identical.
Sort of like the
Like
how
genetic
tigers,
DNA.
lions, and leopards and
No.
jaguars are all the big cats.
No,
No,
'cause,
not at
like,
all.
if we were
More-
that
in-
different,
in-
we
in-
actually
in the
wouldn't- hang on.
same
If-
way, in the
If we were that,
Oh,
it's in the same way, Trim, as an German Shepherd and a Labrador are both dogs.
right.
yeah, if we were that different, we wouldn't actually be able to reproduce.
But that's the same as the
Yeah, I'm talking about
leopard-tiger thing,
phenotypes.
though.
Billy pointed it out in the chat.
Oh, that one.
Fantastic, thank you. I couldn't remember what it was called, but yeah, you're talking about phenotypes. So why we call each other races when not we should be calling each other fenists or feninists or some shit, because that's what it really is.
You filthy
or breeds
feminist.
even.
It doesn't have the same oomph as racist. You know,
I don't know. It could be the new Nazi. You
Racist
Fenist,
doesn't have
you
any
Fenist.
oomph now either because they've diluted it so much that it literally just means it disagrees with current thing.
If you use a high class, very judgmental tone, or no, as a very disappointed parent, you penist, right? You just say it and you have that.
You're
sigh
a
at the end.
feminist.
What the
But,
hell
I
was
mean,
that?
this is-
You sound like my grandma when she got angry.
This is the major problem, because people want to use racism to mean skin color and only skin color, but that's not what racism has anything to do with.
No,
It's
like you
completely
ask the
nonsense.
fucking Salams what racism is.
Honestly,
yeah, exactly.
Two
racism,
people
for
who
the
looks
most
exactly the fucking
What about the Tutsi and Hutus?
I think that's got a religious bent to it as well, but yes.
Honestly, for the most part,
it'll be like basically the English and the Welsh killing each other for no reason.
Well, no, the Welsh deserve it.
It's
Oh,
more
They're
like
different. They have a different ideology as opposed to like complete
It's-
idiotism.
it's more like just tribalism. Like you're not part of my tribe.
Well, it's very much tribalism. Like, if you want to see some of the worst racism ever, pick a random Asian and take them to a random other Asian country and see what happens.
Oh, they hate each other, every single one of them. I mean, I've talked to several Asians who have admitted that you can't find anyone more racist than one Asian to another. I've met a Chinese woman who said that, a South Korean dude who said that, I've met Japanese people who said that, and they've always found one of the other countries like, fuck that country. Why? Because fuck it.
Well, Scotland's currently looking at putting Anglophobia into law because apparently the English are treated so fucking badly that they need to put it
So
in
you're
there alongside
saying that a
Islamophobia.
problem they
I know
caused,
it's
a
again
problem they
like
caused is now going
you're
to be
not
put
part
into
of
law.
my tribe.
God damn it. I mean,
Although it is
that's
funny
a
because
problem they
Nicholas Sturgeon will
caused.
be the first locked up in that case.
Oh, thank God.
I'd love to see that.
Oh, but you know, we're not
we
gonna
have
stop
more
this.
severe punishments for this stuff, so people actually start taking it more seriously. Like, okay, you're an Anglophobe, we're gonna hang you. Sorry.
Like it is the perfect way. Like I'm all for this because we'll just push this to its extreme and we'll
Logical.
say, well, the SNP are based on Anglophobia, therefore they are a racist party, and we should remove them.
Yes.
What will happen is they won't remove themselves, though. They will change their name and they will just, oh, we're not the party of this. We're a different party. We swear.
Basically. On your Yuri Gagarin himself, though, of all fucking people, he wasn't even wasn't even a soldier or a pilot in the war. Like, he was 14 when the war ended. World War II, that
so
is.
young, though.
Yeah, a training accident, apparently.
Yeah.
But, like, fuck me, Dad, he died 50 years ago. And changed.
Yeah, but he's
not
equally
good
guilty.
enough.
It's
not
just
good
like
enough.
how Tolkien is so goddamn responsible for all the racism against blacks because orcs were obviously black people.
I mean, have you seen the new lore?
Call that again. If you ever put
Look,
Amazon
there used to be black elves.
if you ever put Amazon's crappy overpaid fan fiction and try to connect that to the actual Tolkien canon, I will hurt people.
I am amused, though.
You know what
Yes, you're
series
right.
Amazon actually got right
And
recently?
I'm furious.
I am amused.
What do you say?
You know what series Amazon actually got right recently?
Which?
Reacher.
Reacher? What's that?
Jack Reacher. He's
Oh.
a character that was played by Tom Cruise in a film a while ago, but they made a TV series about him on Amazon, and it's fucking brilliant. And in the books, Reacher's actually meant to be like a mountain of a man, but they managed to get Tom Cruise to play him in the films of all people. But yeah, they did a really good job of that series. It was very, very, very well received and actually very accurate to the books. So it's not like Amazon and these other people can't do it.
No, they can. The problem being that I'm assuming this Reacher book, nobody's. Well, a lot of people haven't really heard of this Reacher thing, so they can go in there and they can just make it according to the book. But if they get their hands on something that's really popular, well, that's the time you need to start pushing ideology into it because you're gonna reach a lot more people.
Billy Blogs was like, the Reacher movies are pretty good. Yeah, they weren't bad, but a lot of people complained about Tom Cruise being the actor they chose.
Which, to be fair,
a small man.
I'd complain about Tom Cruise being chosen just in general.
Because
Jack Reacher's character is basically like a detective, but he was like a military detective, essentially. And like basically he's come out of the military and he's just sort of doing his own thing and helping people out nowadays. But the first series actually takes place in the first book, where he ends up just in a town and, you know, he's immediately accused of murder.
Ah, here we go. By comparison, the guy that Amazon got is a head taller than everyone else and built like a tank.
Rick Shithouse, yeah, he's fucking brilliant.
Shit.
He's a really good actor too.
Yeah, so you've got
Tom Cruise, who looks tiny. I mean,
Tom
Cruise,
Cruise, who's a fucking man loser to start with.
Like, Tom Cruise is probably about the same size I am, except I'm fatter, because I'm quite a short guy. So, like, picking someone his size to play a man who's meant to look like a mountain,
like this guy.
Strength. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, it's just a very odd choice. I mean, all right, he's an A-lister, so I get why they might pick him. You know, brings in views.
But couldn't they?
Yeah, and also, it's Tom Cruise, and I mean, having Tom Cruise play that guy, it'll be like having Disco pretend to be me.
Yeah.
I think I'd play a great trim, to be honest.
You would fail miserably, but I would take a joy seeing in how you'd try to butcher me.
I think I make a great trim.
But yes,
Like
five
there's
and
articles where apparently it was
5 foot.
Dwayne the Rock Johnson that
Yeah.
was going to be the original.
Actually, they mentioned it in here somewhere. Yeah, apparently they're going to get Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah.
What can I
yeah,
say except you're welcome? Never knew you could sing.
Well, you can do a lot with money and editing.
Very true.
They could even put hair on him.
In that movie, he does.
The magic of voice acting.
But yeah, for those people who are looking for a good series to watch, I would highly recommend Reacher. They did a very good job.
So you say they reached their goal?
Yeah, no, like there wasn't any woke bullshit at all. None of it.
Huh. And here I tried for a bad pun.
That was actually something that annoyed me about the recent Batman film. Like, the film was fucking great. One of the best Batman films I've seen. I think actually better than Christopher Nolan's ones. But there was just one fucking line that Catwoman says, so she's complaining about white male privilege. I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you're literally talking to Bruce fucking Wayne, the most whitest and most privileged fucking asshole in the city, and he's the hero. What are you on about?
So then I'm not gonna have to watch the movie. Then I hear.
No, it's worth watching. It's a very good film. It's just, it's like what you know when you hear people say that.
Made it a rule that I'm not gonna watch anything that had that kind of shit in it.
Yeah, Billy. It's called The Batman. But the Batman film is basically much more of a detective story, and actually feels much more like a sort of a young, early Batman kind of getting used to it and stuff. And there's one of the best fucking car chase scenes I've seen in a film in a long, long time in it. But when it comes to these kind of things where people are like, oh, white male privilege, it's so jarring and confusing. My partner and I looked at each other and we are just like, what the fuck is that? Like, what's this got to do with anything? It's a fucking Batman film.
Probably just Hollywood's necessary. You need to make one social justice thing. If not, we can't have you here.
But yeah, Robert Pattinson's actually made a very, very good Batman, surprisingly.
So he didn't pitter-patter around?
So we were talking...
He fucking full-on stomps. Sorry to interrupt, Bezic. He full-on stomps around like a fucking... You know, like in old cowboy movies where they had the whole walking down the street, footsteps, clink, clink, clink. It has that kind of aspect to it in some respects, and it's just really well filmed. It's a return to kind of like the die-hard style of film telling in many ways, where they don't tell you everything, they just show you and let you kind of experience it. And that, I thought, was a really nice touch. But yeah, anyway.
Really unusual to me.
Instead of me sitting here and reviewing films, we should get back on topic.
Yes, if we're going to review films, we can do that at a time. So, we were talking about sanctions. Well, guess who thinks that punishment of individuals through government sanctions must end? Guess who thinks that? Why, it's the United Nations. From 11th of August 2021. Punishment of innocent civilians through government sanctions must end.
Let me guess. Now they're completely backpedaled and it is the greatest idea of
yes,
them all.
basically.
Okay, so who was being punished before that they didn't agree with?
Let me guess. Was it brown people? Afghanistan. Somewhere around Afghanistan, I'm pretty sure.
Black people.
Of course.
And communists. Colored. Black people and communists seems to be the answer. The experts underscored that people in targeted countries like Venezuela, Cuba, Syria, and Iran sank into poverty because they cannot get essential services like electricity, housing, water, gas, and fuel, let alone medicine and food.
But it's okay when we do it to Russian citizens.
It's because they're white.
Because they're white, yes.
Not that I would actually just... Seriously, skin color? I am not fucking Russian, just fucking Christ.
Yeah,
sorry. They've been cut off from pretty much everything.
The Russians are going to end up hating us even more than they usually do.
Well, that's it. How are these sanctions meant to stop the Russians from invading? They still need resources to support their population. And if they're not going to be sold any, they're going to take them.
Yeah, well, it seems to be like, oh, we'll punish them for putting in power. And it's like, right, okay, that's gonna help.
What are you talking about? Of course it'll help. It's a genius idea.
Oh, we've
Only
even
an
got
absolute logically driven man would see mistakes.
But don't worry, we've got another story from December 2021. Unilateral sanctions particularly harmful to women, children, and other vulnerable groups, but only if
Women
they're
most affected.
But only if they're brown, black, or communist.
Of course.
Hey, look, we
The
have
most
this very useful stock image of children suffering with their mothers. We're trying to tug on your heartstrings, NPC.
Beep, boop. My feelings are hurt. I must now overreact on social
don't
media.
forget indigenous
to
people,
yeah.
people with disabilities, refugees, internally displaced persons, migrants, people in poverty, the elderly, and people affected by severe diseases and others.
I love how they've got refugees on there. So when there are sanctions against a country, we're more worried about the refugees that have settled there than the citizens of that country.
Well,
Thank you, UN.
Remember,
Thank
at
you.
no point in this does it talk about white native men.
Because
they're like
Because of course,
the least important class of people.
World ends,
Yes.
women most affected.
So this is why I kind of feel like they're kind of pushing towards a world war, because they know a lot of white men will get wiped out.
See, they could have a point with this if they were like, families with children would be most affected because, they need to feed their kids. It's not just, figure it out for yourself so you've got more mouths to feed. They could definitely have put that.
But no, remember, as long as the women are fine, we can kill off all the men and it's fine.
What happened last time, economic issues caused massive problems in a country. Wasn't it after World War I that we had all this pressure put on Germany, and that essentially led to World War II?
We don't
Seems like a
talk
really
about
good idea
Yeah,
to repeat that.
yes.
Totally Hitler's fault.
Economic sanctions, lots of expenditure, food
Punishment
struggles,
because we don't like you anymore.
and
you had a
larger
world war.
scale propaganda from the inside and the outside, telling them how they're evil.
You will literally just have the Russians be like, well, why do we care about these people? They've treated us like shit. Let's fucking nuke them.
Bro, you're totally being racist now. You should totally stop before the people come and explain
Or as Bleach Demon says, Abdullah, the most oppressed Ukrainian.
Yes.
Well, no. We'll get to who the most oppressed Ukrainians are later.
I mean, okay. I assume you probably got the thing that I was going to talk about, but yeah, there's some, Nigerian Ukrainian men showing up in places.
Yeah.
Nigerian Ukrainian men.
And it's like, wait a minute. Like, first and foremost, if you're a Ukrainian man, how did you get out?
Through pure force of fucking will.
Yeah. So, speaking of racism against Russians, how about all the Russian children being bullied and abused over their nationality? All the migrant children being racially discriminated against based on the country they came from.
They
really want to create a Russian Hitler, don't they?
That's really going to show Putin. Like, I bet he's just like, I need to stop this war. There's bullying going on in other countries.
Please no.
Oh yeah, student of history makes a great point. The US imposed oil embargoes against Japan. Japanese leadership then decided to attack America because they would have run out of oil.
Weird that, huh?
Funny how history repeats itself.
Yeah. I don't like a joke in a way.
Yeah, so sadly it's on the summit, so it's not something that most people would take kindly to, because Paul Joseph Watson, who we have at least heard of. But, oh, here we go. Human rights organisation Save the Children reports that Russian children in Danish schools are being bullied and abused because of their nationality.
Great.
Yeah, but who gives a fuck about Danish?
I like Danishes. Oh, wait, no.
Danishes are good, but not Danish people. Jesus Christ. Sorry, that's my Norwegian coming out. Proceed.
Sorry, I'm thinking of tasty food.
Ah.
Oh yeah, and then there's the
Well, I need tea.
Rakshay
I'll be
also.
back in a minute.
Rakshay also brings up a point. Remember anyone that vaguely fit the description of Middle Eastern after 9/11.
Yes. And funnily enough,
Yep,
it's going to
yep.
be the same people every time. Just like it's the same people who, when COVID hit, were attacking Asian people. It's Democrats.
But it is justified because the Dems are doing it, bruh. You don't even have to think about it, dude.
Don't think, just do as your leaders tell you.
Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country.
Yeah.
I kind of like that one, but I also don't like it.
Oh, fucking Danes. They make the Swedes and Norwegians look insane when it comes to words. According to Lola Moldrup Hansen, a teacher at Banker Gerkskolan in the town of Horsens, Russian kids are being mobbed, taunted, and branded Russian spies.
I'm just going to mention this right away. You know this. You know when you guys make fun of my way of speaking, you do the whole hurdy-gurdy googly-gaggy, right? That is literally the Danish language.
To be fair, the Crow language isn't much different.
No, it's slightly more understandable because if you want to speak Danish in Norway, it's quite easy. You just take a potato, shove it down your throat, hopefully don't choke on it, and then you start trying to speak word. And
We could really, really do with babelfish, couldn't we?
Babelfish?
Yeah, babelfish. Put them in your ears. It helps you universally translate all languages.
Haven't you heard of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Actually, I haven't.
Heathens.
Oh my god! You need to read that.
No, fuck
you need
it.
to read that. It will really make you laugh, man. It's a brilliant set of books.
I saw the movie and I kind of.
Well, there's your problem.
Yeah, the movie's not very accurate to the books, unfortunately.
The movie's
The
shit.
books are much more funny.
In the beginning, God created the heavens, and this has been widely regarded as a bad idea, or something like that.
Okay.
God created the universe, and this is widely regarded as a bad idea. Yeah, Bleach Demon says then Trim doesn't know the meaning of life. What's the meaning of life, Trim?
42. Today's episode. I've seen the movie and I know the memes. It's just that I thought the movie was kind of bad.
Yeah, the movie was awful.
Have you ever watched the original series version?
Oh, actually, don't read the book. See if you can get it as the audio, as the
yes
radio play.
That was fantastic. I loved that version of it.
Speaking of that, have you guys heard of the radio play of The Lord of the Rings?
No.
That is a pretty good way to experience Lord of the Rings, to be honest. I downloaded. I mean, I acquired it through the Bay.
you listen to them, they're just going to talk about the history of the Black Elves and how they disappeared.
Maybe. It's basically if you want to experience Lord of the Rings and you don't have the time to listen or read the book, and the movies are not good enough. Just saying that. Really like them though. I fucking love them, but they're not the proper way to have Tolkien. Just start off with the audio play. It's really goddamn good.
You just said we didn't have time to listen.
Have you compared the fucking audiobooks compared to the radio performance? It is not even comparable time-wise. It's a shorter experience.
Welcome to the stream, Toasty. How are you doing?
Oh, hey, Toasty.
You're in the wrong server, mate. He's bumming around in base server, all on his lonesome.
He's in the monkey server. Monkey, entertain the toast.
Well, the monkey showed up in chat too.
Oh, wonderful. Hey, monkey. Monkey.
Rakshay says they're currently listening to Lord of the Rings, the Rob Inglis recording. It's fantastic. He sings all the songs and does a fantastic job.
I got him love Lord of the Rings, which is why I'm immensely annoyed at Amazon. I have to say annoyed because if I'm gonna say what I want to say, we'd be yeeted off YouTube faster than you could say Vosh is a kitty diddler.
But that goes without saying.
Yes. Goes without saying that Amazon can suck my... Oh, I did not know it would actually annoy me as much.
Yeah.
The Santa Monica changes to the Norse mythology things annoys me less.
So I like Norse mythology. I mean, if you're gonna have a religious viewpoint, you might as well have something that sounds fucking crazy, like two giant wolves chasing the sun and moon at the sky. Why not?
Yeah, and that the world is made from the corpse of the world's first and greatest life form.
Yeah.
I mean, also it's a goddamn symbol for the LGBT whatever the plus community, because the first creature ever created, ever living creature was Ymir or Ymir or however you fucking call it.
Ymir.
Ymir. And you butcher it with your English. It's called Ymir. Yeah. And that one is both male and female that is actually able to reproduce.
Yeah, I can't
look,
pronounce most names properly.
If you want an absolutely mental batshit crazy time, read some of the original Greek legends about the shit that Zeus got up to. Because 98%...
yeah, Mythos is saying in chat, laughs in Greek. I'm like, yeah, I like Greek mythology. It's kind of fun, but like...
It does get old after the 17th time you're reading a story and it goes, Zeus fucked the thing, Hera got pissed off, Hera was spiteful, and then Hercules had to come and save the day.
Yeah, I mean, that was even before Hercules was born.
Yeah.
Don't you mean Heracles?
Heracles.
No.
I said it before you. Suck it, Brit.
Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
it's I love Greek mythology, but I prefer.
What about Mayan? What about the Mayans? They had some weird shit going on there. Fucking hell.
We must make rain come. Here, let's fight.
You think those guys are crazy? What about those absolute nuts from the Middle East that spoke Hebrew? Holy shit, that stuff's crazy.
You know, I think the craziest religion or religious belief out there is probably what the bloody hell's it called? Buddhism. That's the one. Yeah, suddenly my brain went blank.
Buddhism's a bit fucking mental, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit out there, you know.
Be not afraid. Biblically accurate angels are beautiful.
Hermaphrodites aren't trans or non-binary. Actually, they're bi-binary, aren't they? Technically.
They're the superior thingy, I suppose. I mean, what the hell? I mean, Ymir is still called a man, you know, because men are superior to women. Misogyny.
I did like the stories that they made, that the women the reason like women don't have beards is because their beards were used to help create the rope to bind
yes,
the Ragnarok.
The spit of birds, the sound of a cat's feet, a woman's beard apparently weren't as good as removing all of it because there's still some left. But hey, I digress.
The feminine beard.
Nowadays, yeah, they kind of screwed up on that one. Probably why the wolf breaks out.
Speaking of feminine beards, just remember if
you came back at the right time.
What? Do you have a beard?
No, if you've got a feminine beard, you need to shave it before you can pretend to be a woman. You need to shave your feminine beard before, as a trans man, you can pretend to be a woman to escape from Ukraine.
Do you know what a beard is in gay terminology?
Tell us.
How do you know this knowledge?
It is when
do share your culture with us.
It's when a man marries a woman, but he's gay, so he's pretending to be not gay by being married. So she's like his beard to make him look more manly.
Like that British politician.
I don't know, probably. Which politician?
The one.
There's been a lot of them, man.
The one who tried to off his gay boy when he was trying to get some kind of election, I suppose.
Probably. I don't know. Yeah, my partner told me about that one. I was like, oh, okay. I don't know what the female equivalent is, though.
A mistress?
I don't know. I mean, they call him a beard because it obviously beards are manly, so he's pretending to be a man. That's the idea, I guess.
I mean, depending on where you are.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay. Georgie's saying they weren't necessarily married, they just acted like a couple.
We don't have to live a lie anymore. Yay! Reminds me of Cyanide and Happiness clip.
Ah, yeah.
A son
miss those
comes
days
out as
watching
gay
that
to his parents, and then the father says, "I'm gay." The mother says, "I'm gay too. We don't have to live a lie," and they just leave the kid.
Wasn't there that really, really stupid TV show in like the early 2000s that was basically about that? A gay guy who needed a woman to protect it so he could fight being straight?
I think so.
So, is Discordia somebody's beard? That's the real question.
Yes.
No.
Or maybe Discordia has a beard.
Yeah,
No.
Well, just remember, you need to shave it before you can leave it refrain. So, I want to know what what I really want to know is what is the politically correct way of saying this? Are you saying that a woman do we say that a woman dressed like a woman should leave Ukraine? A woman stop pretending to be a man to leave Ukraine? Or a trans man pretending to be a woman to desert his country and flee from conscription?
I mean, all of the above.
Here's the thing,
the
though.
operative
They
term is
are
coward.
Ukrainians. So whatever they do is the right thing.
Yes,
I absolutely think that the operative term here is coward.
Yes.
Like, Bezic and I were talking about this last night, and you know, if this person had been like, you know what, I'm a man, I've transitioned, give me a gun, I'll fight for my country, I'd have respected the hell out the pronouns.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, okay, you know what, dude, fair play. But no, instead it's like, let me pay my nails.
You want to LARP. That's what you want to do. You want to LARP.
Straying around going, oh, I'm a man. Treat me like a man. I demand to be treated like a man. War.
As soon as the gun
conscription.
Gets tough, no.
Oh, no. I'm a woman. I'm wearing a shirt and my mum's shirt and I'm painting my nails violet and gone.
But then gets to the new country and it's like, treat me like a man. Treat me like a man. It's like, so should we treat you like a deserter then? Because if you're a man, that's what you've done.
Well, yep. Should we just, if you're a man, should we ship you back to Ukraine so you can fight, you fucking coward? But
I mean, what you guys are doing now is something very dangerous. You're applying.
But let's pretend, though, that leftist logic matters for 5 seconds and has anything to do with logic. Okay, so trans men are men. So this man dressed up as a woman, this man pretended to be a woman to flee from his duty. So he's a coward. Alternatively, a mentally ill woman who pretended to be a man decided, oh shit, being a man saps when there's a war, and decided that, oh, why don't I use the fact that I'm not actually a man and take advantage of it when it suits me and fuck off.
How dare you be so misogynistic and transphobic, Bezic? Oh, dear Lord.
Haven't you heard of gender fluid?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, but it's awfully suspicious. Yeah, awfully suspicious, though, when you're a woman, for the exact amount of time it takes you to go from Ukraine to not Ukraine.
Yeah, see, this is what happened when we end up in a world war. I'll just be like, well, I've got long hair, so I'm clearly a woman.
Hey, have you guys...
Respect my pronouns, bigot!
Yeah.
Have you guys
Yeah, this is a feminine beard. Fuck off.
What's the... What was the goddamn video? The Freedom Tunes one where the military creates super soldiers, but instead of they're focusing less and less on the super ability of it, instead just this has different pronouns and different identities.
Mm-hmm. But just listen to the way this article's faced. So Andrew woke up in Kiev, Ukraine, and realized he needed to escape the Russian invasion. But as a transgender man, the epic journey was more complicated. How the fuck was it more complicated?
Epic journey.
How is it more complicated than a regular man trying to leave Ukraine? Go on, you fucking losers.
So, as a man, you wake up
as a woman, but he had legally, or he had legally changed his gender to say male on everything.
But you can't in Ukraine. That seems to be the problem, because all these trans women are getting stopped at the border going, no, your ID says man, get the fuck back to the front lines.
Sending tranny boys to find rescue.
What must you think of yourself if you wake up and find your country is under attack and decide, you know what, I don't think I'm going to defend it. I think I'm just going to let it be destroyed. What kind of person does that make you?
Yeah. And just the phrasing of this. So this loser thought the major change in his life would be his gender transition from female to male. But when the Russian bombs started to fall on Kiev, Ukraine, he was forced to embark on another journey from a citizen of Ukraine to a war refugee.
Who forced him?
Can we just call that?
Let's
part of her journey.
Yeah, let's pretend for a moment that was Putin. Putin specifically was running down their street with an AK-47.
I'm going to get all the trans women and men.
Trans men, yeah.
So weird.
Yeah, so this
running down the street being like, right, penis check. Who hasn't got a penis? And he's just like, oh damn it, I'm being outnumbered. Time to run.
This is Moscow country.
I have drunk about 3/5 of vodka.
You have pee-pee or you have weird mangled thing between legs?
Bay State says service guarantees pronouns. Yeah, if this trans person had stayed in Ukraine and fought because, nope, I'm a man, it's my duty to stay and fight, I'd happily call them a man all fucking day long.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like if you are that committed, fuck it, fine, I'm in.
You deserve some respect for that.
Yep.
Do you know what you don't deserve respect for?
Running away like a little baby.
Detransitioning for the duration of the evacuation and then getting to the new country and being like, but I'm still a man though.
Yeah.
There's a word for that, an absolute pussy.
Yeah. So our 19-year-old loser said it doesn't matter whether you're trans or not, the war is scary for everybody. I know even big strong men who are afraid when they hear bombing. Yes, because you can't shoot a bomb.
Yeah, guess what they can't do? Paint their nails and fucking leave.
Yep. No, they've got to stay because they're actually men.
Because there's a female privilege. Oh shit. Oh wait. Oh no, Susan, no, please.
But no,
okay.
Big, strong men can't paint their nails, put on a shirt, and sneak across the fucking border. No, they'll be seen from miles away by the guards and sent back.
Although, to say something spicy, like, if we're saying, like, the women and children are leaving because that's how you would continue your population, then if this woman has sterilized herself, maybe she should stay.
Well, yeah, maybe.
Can you have babies?
Maybe the trans should all be sent to the front line because they've already decided to opt out of reproduction.
That would be the point, surely, of evacuating women and children to continue the population after the war. So if you've sterilized yourself, then why would you be evacuated?
It's like, what are you defending your home country for, if not for the propagation of the future of that society? If you're not there to do that, why are you fighting?
Because trans rights, my friends. Trans rights, you horrible transphobes, yes.
Yeah.
I can't be transphobic, I'm a crow.
Oh. Well, I am a transphobe, to be honest, because I'm just sick and fucking tired of this shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you're a transphobe because mentally ill people scare you?
I am a mentally ill person myself, that's why. No, actually, it's just my first encounter with a tranny ended up with me being threatened on my life because I didn't understand it. And instead of explaining it to me, they just like, I wish I could fucking kill you right now. It's like, oh.
Well,
It's like, wow, that really convinces me that your ideology is sane and normal.
Funnily enough,
Yes.
mentally ill person is mentally ill.
Yeah, who knew? So I'm not gonna give trans people any quarter. They have to come to me.
Yeah, so listen to what else this loser had to say. I had a nice job, goals, plans, apartment, but I just can't think about Kiev under Russia or Putin as our president. Yeah, what about all the men who can't just leave?
Oh, we don't need to talk about them. They don't matter. I matter. Me, I matter.
Student of history actually makes a good point. There is a difference between man and male, and the latter is biology and the former is earned. Change my mind.
I agree.
He also
Not
says, I doubt
wrong.
Discordia is going to disagree. Actually, it's the same difference between being a father and a dad.
Yes.
And a female and a woman.
Yes.
Wait, I thought woman didn't exist anymore.
I'm not a
What-
left.
The difference
loony,
between
so-
being a mother and, I don't know, I guess, a graveyard.
Oh.
Just remember that I'm a horrible, evil transphobe, my friends. And
Billy
I
Blogs
stick to the good old
asks,
standard.
what about baby daddies? Oh, you mean scum?
What? Baby daddies?
Yes, deadbeat losers who pump and dump.
Oh, yeah. Shoot them with a gun. I like to think of them as American target practice, actually.
Well, that's what other black men use them for.
Oof. I actually read a story. This happened in the southern states of America. And there was this one guy who just pumped and dumped his another man's daughter. Ended up with the guy tracking him down and then first beat his ass and then started firing his gun around him. And the deal was that if he didn't kill him, then he would be free to go. He didn't kill him though, but he was getting more and more drunk, and he was using but he wasn't using a shotgun though. But he was shooting around the guy. I don't know if it's real or not, but I hope to God it is, because Jesus Christ, that's awesome. Might be full of shit though. I mean, who knows? Santa isn't real.
Dear. So they say, as a transgender man, a man assigned female at birth. Not assigned, you fucking losers, but that's a whole different story. Different questions raced
Fine.
through
The
his...
doctor just decided.
Yes, the doctor looked at them and the doctor looked at them and then looked at his shelf and went, oh, we're out of vaginas, I'll just stick a dick on.
I have a spare penis in my
Or
cabinet.
we're out of
Just how
penis to
needed.
stick a
Oh,
vagina
I
on.
think I'll make this one female. Like, no, the doctor observes, you idiot. The doctor makes the baby up. It's like, a vagina. This one is female.
It just has a big rubber stamp.
No. I think it goes like this: that the doctor has the nurse beside him, and the nurse comes. Doctor, do you want the mind scanner to show that what she thinks she is? And doctor's like, silence, woman! I shall name thee.
The doctor just holds it and counts the tubes coming out of it. If he counts to 2, it's a man.
I thought you had to count the appendages. If there's 5, it's,
Does that include the head?
Well,
the
first...
head isn't an appendage.
Well,
Well, you've got to make sure that you don't confuse the umbilical cord with something else and accidentally cut the wrong thing off. Then it's assigning them female at birth.
An appendage is a thing that is added or attached to something larger or more important, and I would hazard to say that the head is the most important part. Therefore, the torso could technically be an appendage of the head.
Gud, Mr. Lexikon slår till igen.
George says the simple solution for assigned sex is a DNA scan. No, the simple solution is penis or no penis. If it's a good penis, you can tell this from many meters away.
Just wait until they start breeding children that have no genitalia at all, and they have to choose
How the hell
when
do
they're
you
adults.
tell if a baby has a good or a bad penis?
When they're an adult, Trim. Or you ask the local Jewish priest.
Actually, I
He's
think that would be
probably
a good
flicking
idea,
off
Billy.
the pieces from his teeth as he speak. Wait, isn't
I,
that a
I
mom?
actually very much agree
Oh.
with Carl with it comes to why don't we treat trans, gender dysphoria with the hormone that the person is born with to see if that cures them first, rather than immediately going to the opposite. And
Well, it probably would,
just
but
fucking everything up.
that's illegal.
Or at least try it, you know. And if it doesn't work, then you discuss other options. But
And then
straight away, they're
afterwards-
just
So
like
it's
in with the
against the
hormone blocker,
message.
in with the new hormones, in with the knife. It's like no.
What you do is you do the whole Clockwork Orange thing, where you strap them into a chair and make them watch the whole transgender surgery with their eyes and droplets in them. Like, this is what you want, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh,
Like
that sounds good.
it's so sinister as well, though, because like the activists actively try and hide like stories of people who tell after the transition surgery and just how bad the recovery can be from this. And
Okay,
they,
here's a funny
I don't know
one.
if you've ever
Just
seen
go to
these stories,
Google.
but they're horrendous.
It really does remind me of that Star Trek episode from The Next Generation, where the government is like, there's completely asexual species, and sometimes some people occasionally feel like a certain gender, and they just treat them
Yeah, I remember
medically,
that.
and they feel fine.
Remember that.
And it's just like, huh,
Hey,
funny that.
go
Yep.
to Google and search trans regret. And
That's exactly what I said.
and
Well,
you'll
we had the story just the other day on the Lotus Eaters.
Yeah, but it's a Reddit where they ask why do people have so many trans regret, and the most upvoted one
because
isn't that
my
people
buddy who
actually
goes-
are misled, but it's because of
The surgery?
misogyny and
Oh.
pressure and patriarchy.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking more specifically, like, because V is a little bit of a shit for occasionally sharing this stuff, and I don't want to see it. But like, it should be shown to some of the people who want this surgery, because the aftermath of the surgery is awful for a lot of people. And you know, these story after story after story, and they're like, you know, I'm in so much pain. It's infected. It's not what I thought it was going to be. It doesn't look like it should. Like, they've just mutilated them.
Yeah, but that is evil and cruel, and you should totally not tell them about that, because that is totally going against the message.
Yeah,
I'm
because
kind
it
of
might piss
curious,
some of them
though.
off.
If you can change the genetic makeup of a person, for example, say you can eventually get to a point where scientifically we could change the chromosomes. We have had science where we've seen mice have ears grown on their backs, being able to be used for grafting and stuff. That, I think, will probably be the only way you could. I was thinking about it a bit too much detail, but I was like, you could literally grow a natural penis if you could then surgically attach that somehow. Would that still work? Would it be better than what we currently have?
Without
Well,
a
it'd
doubt,
definitely
we
be
still
better than
have
what
this-
we currently have, but it
Well, we
wouldn't
currently have
work.
history.
Imagine how many dicks you could grow in an hour. I mean, it's just like dildo factories would be insane.
Dildo factories could be put out of commission.
Sorry, my brain just goes to weird places sometimes.
I
Oh,
think it's quite
dear.
logical, to be honest.
But yeah, I mean, if we're growing organs, sex organs are an organ, so it makes sense to me that
Sure,
that should be the logical
but-
route if we are going to try having people be functional, like a non-sterilized, for that matter, transgenderism.
Well, you would
know?
probably,
The problem with
you'd
that
probably
is it's
still
like
end up
designing a
sterilizing them,
it's like designing a bathroom, picking which set of taps you want in the bathtub, and then forgetting to plumb the entire fucking house into the mains.
Yeah.
Well, I
But
mean,
you
it depends on how much you think. Because if you can really grow the entire set of sex organs and have them not rejected by the human body and then functional, then theoretically, well, at least in my mind, I don't see why you would technically be sterilized.
Well, you would, because a lot of the time they're sterilized by the hormones and the hormone blockers. Because, you know, otherwise you're going
right.
to have, you know, a woman with boobs and, you know, feminine features walking around with a dick attached. You would
Yeah,
still
I mean, Billy
be
makes a
giving
good
them the
point that
hormones.
growing new is just a bit of cartilage. Obviously, we now have got synthetic meat and stuff, so we are growing muscle tissues and other things that are more complicated. And eventually we're going to get to a point where we can use stem cell research to actually heal and regenerate both scar tissue as well as nerve damage. But we haven't quite got to that point yet.
Well, Mythos asks, wait, can we make functional breasts? Can we have actual man milk? That's the easy part.
That would be amazing.
That's the easy part.
I could make so much money.
Well, you'd also render yourself infertile, but...
Yeah, but OnlyFans, I mean, I could be a millionaire.
But the functional breast is the easy part.
Stop.
Why did I get a mental image of loss right now?
Oh, God, no. But no, functional breasts on a man is the easy part. All you need to do is pump in the right hormones. Because men have everything they need to make functional breasts. It just doesn't trigger because the right hormones aren't there. Because remember, humans are weird. Humans are the only animal on Earth where the female has permanent breasts that develop before the first pregnancy. There is no other animal in which the female has not had children that has breasts. Now, of course, over the 9 months of pregnancy, you're converting a lot of literally just fat tissue and other crap into being useful cells, but yes. You pump the right hormones into a man and basically the same thing happens. It's just that the man's starting with less.
Well, in most cases.
In most cases, yes.
In most cases.
I am the milkman. My milk is delicious. Has anyone played Psychonauts?
Oh, God.
Gives that fucking scene a whole different meaning. Oh, boy. No! Sorry, George.
Yeah, humans are odd. But basically, short answer to Mythos' question is, that's the easy bit. Like, it happens quite often accidentally to men with breast cancer and other cancers that are fucking with their hormone balance.
With breast cancer, that's a
yes, and
that's a
but
fact
yet
of
they
life
can't
I
get.
did not need to know existed, Bezos.
Well,
Men still have breast tissue.
Yeah, they've got breast tissue. They just generally have less of it.
Yep. Unless
Generally,
you're a fat fuck like me, I have fantastic.
Well, you still have the same amount of breast tissue as you would normally. It's just that there's going to be a shitload of fat between your rib cage and the breast tissue.
Exactly, giving me massive man tits.
Men have absolutely no need to be having nipples, but there we go.
Yes, there's no.
I support the corrective surgery of.
I mean, yeah, I mean, depending on how you define it, we're all trans anyway, because we all start as women in the womb to begin with, which is why we have nipples.
Unfinished men.
Well, it's more of a shortcut. We'll just build everything the same until we get to this point, and then we'll just add on the other bits later.
Fuck it, we're gonna be lazy.
It's basically a Chinese factory. The torso doesn't need nipples, but we've already got this pre-built torso over here.
I mean, to be fair, if you look at a man's torso without nipples, it looks a bit weird.
That's because you're used to it.
Yeah, you're used to it.
Yeah, but like
obviously it looked weird because you've never seen it without.
All right, fine.
I like Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild because Link doesn't have any nipples.
That's the interesting thing about breasts. When guys are definitely wanting to see a nude boob, they will not be satisfied unless they can see the nipple. They can see the rest of the boob. They could literally only not see the nipple and see the rest of the boob, but they won't be satisfied by that.
Yeah.
Yes.
That literally reminds me of an argument somebody made in one of the servers I run once. Like, he posted this completely fucking naked woman, and she had, like, just covered the nipples with her finger, and I'm like, that's not safe for work, man, don't post that. And he's like, nah, it's not safe for work, she's covered. Like, can you argue black or white?
Hey,
You just
Discordia,
explained
don't
that,
be...
bro.
Hey, Discordia, don't be such a Callum.
I missed that because I pulled my headphone wire out. Hang on.
I said don't be such a Callum, don't be such a prude.
Well, you can tell me don't be such a prude, but Discord will ban you for misposting not safe for work stuff in the wrong channel.
Oh, I know. That's why we're posting it, our not safe for work stuff in the not safe work channel.
Yeah,
Known
well,
as
this was not.
fake titties and real titties. And then you got the 4chan stuff, which we just put in the... Now that's fucked up.
Yeah, I'm not in those channels. I have kept myself away from them.
We have
I
to be
wonder
in
why.
them. Because
I don't have to be in them.
Hey! Look! Our degenerate speeches has summoned the one, the only,
like,
the
I
second
heard-
plague.
I heard
Yeah,
the
I heard
word
you talking about
breast.
nipples.
I'm just curious. How many how many like discords have you gotten shut down or accounts have you gotten banned for posting an SFW stuff in the wrong channels?
I got one for a few years ago, and since then I've kind of avoided Discord channels.
Oh, okay, I was joking.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Anyway, we've seemed to have thoroughly discussed the chat, which is quite good.
yes, it's usually a good sign when those degenerates are discussing. Oh, sorry. Let's get back to the article.
Hashtag free nipple.
Wait, article?
Yeah. So
What?
with the dangers that come with being transgender and forced into a military draft in an active war zone, he felt he had only one option. Wait, what?
We
To run like a
transitioned.
coward.
Oh, this is the story we're talking about.
Aren't you happy, my friend?
So, are we
We're talking
discussing a
about
woman
the-
or a deserter here? Like, which are we talking
Yes,
about?
and what dangers come with being transgender if you pass?
Like, how meta are we getting at this point?
Lo-
We got
lo-
a woman pretending to be a man, pretending to be a woman. Like,
Yes.
What the fuck?
We literally have a woman pretending to be a man, pretending to be a woman.
Kind of weird, bro, but okay.
You would think people in a war would have more pressing things to worry about.
Well, hey, when you can just paint your nails and put on a girly shirt to... Well, clearly they didn't make a good-looking fucking man then, did they? Because it's quite obvious when a real man's painted his nails and has put on a fucking girly shirt. Like, the border guards would see from a mile away.
We have a term
Oh,
for that,
speaking of
and
Ukraine-
that is femboy.
I mean,
Speaking of
I've done one of those
Ukraine,
face swap things where you have the gender swap, and I make a fantastic woman, I've got to say.
I would make an awful woman.
I would be a Karen, just outright. I would be the most fucking stereotypical Karen. And that is not because of any kind of higher than thou thing. It's because out of pure fucking malice and spite. I would embrace the role of Karen willingly.
And you would use that power to try and fix the world.
No, I'd just make everything fucking burn.
I think that is fixing the world. Remember, seconds a Christian. Letting everything burn is part of the final plan.
Oh, speaking of Ukraine, though, have we covered the Bono poem by Nancy Pelosi?
What?
No.
Wait,
Okay,
what?
we'll get to that later then.
Oh God. Why is Nancy still a thing? Why can't she just go? I'm so tired of
Yeah,
seeing that
how long did-
shriveled up fucking face slurring her words like a drunkard.
I mean,
It was
how
bad
long
when
did
she was
she just
younger.
live?
Sunday morning.
Yeah, good
I
old
don't know
Nancy.
who's worse, her or Kamala.
Oh, Kamala, that's not a contest, dude.
I mean, Kamala has the creepy laugh and the fucking dead eyes. She has the Biden eyes.
And she has, like, the god-awful, like, criminal justice record.
I mean, she wasn't bad looking as a young woman, but she did have crazy eye.
Yeah, what is it about leftism that just turns people like looking deranged?
No.
We found a
Only
picture of
deranged
Bosch
people like
recon.
leftism.
Look,
True.
it's like the dark side.
But it affects the physical appearance.
Yeah, it's literally
I
the
like
dark side of the
Crow's
force.
I like Crow's excuse.
Yeah.
It corrupts and defiles all it touches.
Like in that video of AOC dancing or whatever in
Oh,
college,
God, no.
she didn't have the crazy eyes. Or like we found that picture of younger Vosh, and he didn't look that bad, and now, ugh.
The dark side of the politics is a road to powers many people would consider cringe.
Speaking of cringe,
Oh yeah.
Back to the
spread her
article.
legs for a mayor or something.
What?
Student of history says Kamala only has a job because she was willing to do a few things for work.
Well, I mean, you all know what JFK was like.
Yes. Right. So
I would say smash if it wasn't for the Adams apple.
our trans coward, our trans coward asks, "How do I show my passport as a man with a female passport? Will they let me through the border as a man?" Well, given that apparently you look so little like a man that you can paint your fingernails and put on a girly shirt, why not just shut the fuck up? You've got a female passport, for fuck's sake. We've seen all the trans women with male passports getting turned away at the border.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh, biology. How would you
It's
both
like-
sabotage and
Yeah,
save
if
people?
you're gonna be a man, at least be a man. You
Yeah.
know.
But like, they're like, "How do I show my passport as a man with a female passport?" Well, apparently you're the girliest looking man in existence.
Is there a picture of this person? I
No.
really want to see.
They are being anonymous.
Oh, god damn.
Oh, because I
So
don't want
it
to
might
get like.
even be real then.
Yeah.
What was that noise?
Imagine bragging about fleeing a country.
Imagine bragging about being such a committed trans man that the moment something small like war comes along, you're like, "Oh, no, totally a woman.
Everything I've worked for and said in my entire life is a hollow and absolutely formless excuse. No, actually, it's perfect to the woman. Formless, lipless,
Yeah. According to
gnawing
the
at the
UN.
foundations of the earth.
Here we go. They hadn't had top or bottom surgery, so they were very very committed to being a man.
Oh, this is an attention grabber. It's nothing. This is a trender.
How would you get bottom surgery though?
You sew together, you rip out everything, and then you put some skin together.
You sculpt a penis out of some thigh flesh, apparently.
I mean, we could try the Mr. Garrison approach. Take a rat, put a dick on it, have it make a song to the moon, and I love that you fucking remember it.
My despair.
And the worst thing about it is it's not even the right kind of like flesh to make a penis, because like penis flesh is stretchy and grows and swells and shit, and like you can't do that with thigh flesh. I'm sorry.
Hey, by the way, there's
was
another
thought
thing that
about
makes
it.
there's another thing that makes that scene where a mouse with a dick on it just walks around. Because you know how another word for vagina for you English people is beaver? In Norway, to us, the animal equivalent, aside from cunt, is moose. And moose is mouse. So basically, there's a dick on a vagina.
Jesus. Oh dear.
I just love the fucking retard level fucking first grader humor.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
So, we've got a statement from the Ally about what happened to this guy. If the border force swim as a man, he would have to stay in Ukraine and not care for his mother. It was very painful for him to dress up as a woman, wear his mother's makeup, but it would have been more painful to leave her in a foreign country to start her life over. Excuse you, motherfucker!
Like every other man had to.
If the border force saw him as the man he claims to be, he would have had to stay and fight like all the other men.
Did she offer to suck their dick too? Who knows?
But it's literally, like no surgery, and the moment war breaks out, no, totally a girl. Fucking
where they're like,
coward.
oh, it's so painful for me. It's so painful for me to put on a bit of makeup and act feminine for 5 minutes. Oh, it's not as like
me.
It's not like
Sorry.
bombs and bullets are more painful or anything.
No, because bullets and bombs don't misgender you.
You can't understand the depth of my emotional suffering. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Right, I'll be right back.
bye.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah, yes, your emotional
Yeah.
suffering, because that man is so much more than the suffering of all the men who have to stay and fight.
Well, at least they know.
But,
the sense
as
of
always-
them, so
Millions of men die in war. Women most affected.
every time, every single time.
Thanks, Clinton.
It's almost as if these people actually genuinely don't see men as human.
But they really don't.
Like,
Which merely makes you
it
wonder
goes
why they
back
pretend
the
to be
Gamergate
them.
argument, actually. It really goes back to the Gamergate argument where, like, what's her face? This stupid, bloody annoying woman was going on about, oh, women's
Sarkeesian?
suffering is... Yeah,
Wait,
Sarkeesian's
men are
going on about,
people?
Wait, what?
women's
What?
suffering is bad, yet in most games, the violent bad guys that you kill are guys.
Yes,
Yeah.
this is true.
I like how they were just like, there's not enough women in video games, but don't put them as the background thing, because then they might just get killed. They need to be like just the main character, obviously.
Yes.
Yes, women always most of.
Well, in that case, they're really, really going to hate the game I've been playing called Ready or Not, where you play as SWAT officers, and you may be investigating a crackdown when all of a sudden a black woman with a knife runs at you, and oh dear, did you know that assault rifle beats a knife?
Every single
Can we
time.
just-
Really
can we just-
effective, actually.
Can we just put this person who wrote this article or made that banner, just put them straight in a wood chipper, please?
Yes.
Yes,
Fuck
both.
that.
Why not? Molest trans kids. Sorry, protect trans kids. Hashtag trans lives matter. Yes, we should protect trans kids from you fucking perverts.
It's an oxymoron. You're talking about protecting children that are, clearly being abused and manipulated. I'm
Yes.
just like, fuck off.
If we were truly protecting them,
Yeah.
we'd be shooting you fuckers.
Yeah, protect them from you.
Well, George
I
says,
don't know what.
there are no such thing as trans kids. There's also no such thing as trans adults, but there are definitely no such thing as trans kids. It's like a vegan fucking cat. You know who made that decision.
Oh God, yeah.
Not
no,
one
Oh my
cat.
god,
poor
I
thing.
actually seen an article on this the other day from The Guardian, and they were like, your dog can be vegan, no problem.
No,
but it's a
no,
bit
they
more
can't.
complicated
No.
for your cat. And like,
The dog is a fucking carnivore. Fuck's
they
sake.
went through and they're talking about that dogs
Animal abuse.
essentially might survive on the diet, and then they were like,
Mike.
that cats are obligate carnivores. I'm like, okay, this is going good. You have at least not mentioned that. And then they were like, so it's probably not a good idea to make your cat vegan. However, if you want to do it anyway, and I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Like cats,
Evil.
Anyway,
cats
just
are
call
true
the fucking
carnivores.
RSPCA no.
Like, fuck.
Oh.
Why not
Makes
just
me so
fucking kill
angry.
the poor thing instead? At least it won't have to suffer.
Yes.
You know,
Makes
for
me
as
so
much
angry.
as my father hated cats, at least he just shot them with a shotgun instead. Quick and simple.
But cats are true carnivores. There are surprisingly few true carnivores, but
Yeah,
cats are
they're
most
obligate
of them.
carnivores. They need stuff that's only found in meat to survive.
Yes.
Or they
Except
would
for
live.
Ron.
Unlike most other animals, a cat can survive on a diet of pure meat. Cats in the wild don't go out and eat fucking berries or twigs. Like, they'll chew on grass, but that's mostly so they have something to throw up when they're not feeling well, because they're little idiots.
But they
God, I'm jealous of cats.
they can't make, like, most animals will be able to take something from one thing and convert it into another thing in their body. Like, cats can't do that. They have
Yes.
to take it directly from their prey. So you will kill your cat if you try and feed it vegan diet. And it's just like, oh, for fuck's sake, Guardian. Like, you should, that sentence should have been, if you want to do it anyway, then put your cat up for adoption.
Yes. And yes, cats love all sorts of things that they get no nutritional value from whatsoever. Like in UCYIB1's case, bananas. And as all of us who own cats will know, the little fuckers will eat anything, including potato chips. Like, I found I had to extract. Well, the other night I was eating some chips, and I looked away. Then I looked back, and I had to extract the fucking cat from the entire bag of chips.
It's a nice extra gift you get. You know, when you open your cereal bag and you've got like the little toy that comes in it, you just have a whole fucking cat coming out.
That'd be great.
Well, the cat. But in this case, it was one of your larger bags of chips. Fucking cat was up to his shoulders in the bag. I'm like, you little bastard! How did you get in there without making a noise?
I'm thinking
You know
like
they
this.
have
You open
whiskers.
the bag, the cat comes out, and it just, you are now my human. You shall now feed me, and I shall call you my slave.
Yes.
The whiskers that cats have all over the bodies allow them to try and estimate how wide or narrow a gap is.
Yes,
so they can
which
try and
is
boost
why
it.
it is cruel and inhumane to trim their whiskers. And anyone who does so should be
People-
beaten.
Wait, people trim cat whiskers?
Yes, because
Yeah.
they're idiots and cruel.
Why though?
Because stupid.
They think it looks aesthetically bad.
Oh, fuck off!
Like, it's like these people who dye their pets different colors. I've always found that a bit
What?
weird. It's like, why don't you just get a pet that
That's
is in a
sick.
color that you like? You know,
Wait,
don't
what?
just fucking dye your cat pink.
But dyes aren't scentless. That'll drive the poor thing insane.
Or safe. They a lot
They do
animals
have
end up getting
animal
poisoned
safe.
because of it.
They have created animal safe dyes for the purpose of it, but
Yes.
at the same time,
But-
it's
but
still just
yeah.
like weird.
Oh, I hate this so much.
Mhm.
Fuck this planet and everyone in it.
What else
Except you guys.
did we have? Prime Knight says dogs omnivores but mainly meat. I don't know if I'd call the dog an omnivore.
Dogs
I
aren't
think they
omnivores,
are
no. It's a common misnomer.
Yeah, they
a
are
common misnomer.
omnivores in a way, but they're
No,
definitely
they're
more
not.
meat.
They're
They're
carnivores.
Sorry, I thought you said that they were omnivores. You're not. Yeah, they're not omnivores, but they can get some of their nutrition from plant material. Some.
A lot of people get confused because they look at the way dogs behave. They also look at the teeth, but they forget to look at the digestive tract.
Mm.
And the digestive tract generally tells what an animal is as well. And all of those factors come in. You look at dogs, and they have like the capability to eat grass and stuff, but it's not what they ought to be eating.
Yes.
Um,
Like for dogs, it's more of a survival thing. It's
Yeah,
if
yeah,
they
so they
can't
are-
get their hands onto some meat, they might have a chew on something so they can get something.
I've
It's
seen
like
so many
how a
people have the
bear
same
prefers
arguments
meat.
about humans as well, and the way the digestive tract is and the teeth are, that they argue that humans are actually frugivores, which we're not. Obviously, we're omnivores.
Fuck is
Yes.
a frugivore?
Something
they
that
eat
only eat
fruit.
fruits. Like I think humans are probably the closest thing to a true omnivore.
Yeah.
Apparently, like bears are also omnivores,
Mm.
and deers will apparently eat meat. The crazy fucking weird things.
Deer are insane creatures that
Yes.
should be hunted down and defeated.
Eaten, perhaps.
Yes, that is part of the defeat. We're talking full Chinese defeat here. Chinese people like to eat their own people, by the way.
Yeah, Billy Blogs does bring out a point, but with cat and dog food, they add in plant matter. Yes, to bulk
Yeah.
it out.
No, this is why I like actually giving cats real, like, instead of giving them cat food, the kind of gel crap that you get, feeding them actual just tins of tuna and stuff. It's very expensive to do that, but at the same time, it's much better for their health.
It's a nice treat to them too if you can't afford it constantly.
Well,
Yeah.
what I find is a great treat for the dogs is, you know how you can buy your sandwich meats and whatnot from the deli or in the pre-packs? Like, sometimes they'll sit in the fridge too long and, oh, it's expired. Hey, dog. Because the dog gives no shits that it's past its use-by date.
Did you know horses eat animals as well? Like little
I
birds?
have heard that it'll happen. But
Do you know that
as...
donkeys are racist to all dogs in existence? Seriously, they are programmed by their own genes to hate
Yeah.
dogs.
Well, it's not surprising. Dogs are wolves.
Yes.
Yes, dogs can eat meat that's not fit for human consumption. Exactly. Which is why the dogs absolutely love it when I forget to eat all the sandwich meat. Take a sniff and, yep, that's not fit for humans. The dog, on the other hand, is going to have a great time. Well, the dog prefers it when it's half dead and rotten.
I mean, they've got a literal digestive tract designed specifically to be able to eat rotting meat and all sorts of, well, not necessarily like really far gone, but their immune systems
Well,
basically
dogs are
aimed more towards that.
scavengers as well as predators.
Yeah.
Dogs will quite happily
that's my point.
scavenge.
I'm not sure if we're considered scavengers or not, or whether we're predators full on.
We are actually scavengers now.
Humans are definitely predators. Well, not modern humans, not so much, but
Yeah, modern humans are scavengers, and then we used to be hunters, but we used to be carnivores, but we are without a doubt.
I don't think humans were
vegetarian.
ever straight carnivores. Humans,
Yeah.
for all of humanity, actually for all of pre-humanity, were omnivores. In fact, meat eating is when humans started turning into humans because we had more protein and denser energy to spend on things like thinking.
Protein, bro.
George, or Jorg, however you pronounce it, makes a good point. Humans are not scavengers. We cannot digest rotting meat like vultures. We're adapted carnivores. Relatively recent evolutionary change.
But you can take you can
quite true.
yeah
You can quite true. Sorry.
You can take a look at the human ancestors. The further back you go, the more it's just flat, crunching vegetation teeth. Big, thick horse teeth. Which is helpful.
Well, it would look amazing if I had horse teeth.
Buck teeth. Many people do in England, though.
I'm going to go chew some cud.
You know, cud is just re-vomited stuff in your mouth. Stuff you already eaten. You can chew cud.
From my third or fourth stomach.
Yeah.
Probably my second, actually, but...
Stomachs. You need more than one.
What was the other point? Oh yeah, speaking of vegans and how fucking stupid they are. Yeah. Like, if they want to go, if they want to turn around and go, I don't support the killing of animals just so I can eat and I can get by without meat, fine. But do not fucking sit there saying humans aren't meant to eat meat. No, we have two forward-facing eyes, ergo we are designed to eat meat.
Predator.
Yes, predator.
I thought we were designed to stare at boobs, but there we go.
Well, it's kind of predatory too, in a way.
Well, a good predator can stare at multiple sets of boobs.
Yes.
Like, come on,
especially the male feminists. The greatest predator humanity has ever created.
Do you think boobs would have as much appeal if we had our eyes mounted on the sides of our heads?
Probably not.
No. Then it would be ugly boobs. If it was only ugly boobs, then our eyes would never face forward. And
if we had sideways facing eyes, chances are we'd either be sniffing for mates, or they'd be brightly coloured, or we'd be brightly coloured. One way or the other.
Chameleon people. Now that'd be fucking.
Well,
I mean,
well-
I'm pretty white. I'm quite brightly coloured in that respect.
Well,
You can turn red in the sun.
unironically, though, looking at how most animals do things, chances are we'd either be smelling for the women, which just seems odd, or women would come looking for brightly coloured men, and the women would just be brown and plain and off in the corner.
But oh god, it reminds me of some cringe shit I saw on 4chan once. A compilation.
As
of
George
fucking
says, or
cringe-
singing.
Oh, maybe that's why the same men who dye their beards pink are also the ones who want us to be vegan.
and rapey.
Oh my god! I just had some guy called Jesus Warrior follow me on Getter, and he's my 616th follower. 616, the number of the beast. That's
Oh, that is
weird.
beautiful.
What the hell?
You got to tell that the second when it comes along. But yeah, there's this
yeah.
one talking about sniffing to find mates. I saw this fucking creepy compilation of being in either expos or meetings and shit, and these ugly fat people who sit beside relatively to very attractive women. When they leave, they just turn around down and smell the seat where they sat.
You see why IB1 asks what I hope is a joking question about if we had sideways eyes. Maybe boobs would be on the sides too then? I'm going to go no, based on all other mammals in existence. But then if we weren't predators, it wouldn't be so much boobs as it would be udders.
Noise tits.
Because remember, one of the other things that is unique about humans is that they are only bipedal.
Yeah, try to walk on all fours, and
I
you might
can't-
risk having the furries come for a visit.
Well, you do your back in for starters. But I don't... correct. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sure they will, but I am almost certain that there is no other mammal that walks on two legs exclusively. And I believe that does include the great apes as well.
I don't think so, actually. I cannot remember anything that any other creature
It's one.
does
It's
that.
one of the many unique things about humans. Which,
Except for that dog that lost his front legs. Walks with both hind legs. Adorable, really. Did I derail the conversation again?
no.
What?
George asks, wouldn't primates count as bipedal? To an extent, but they're not exclusively bipedal. You will quite often see great apes moving around on all fours, and even if you see them run, they'll move on all fours.
They do prefer to use all fours. Like you could say the average way of locomotion, humanity is pretty much the only one who uses only the hind legs.
Billy Blogs asks, what about kangaroos?
Yeah, okay, that one.
Maybe, but I'm pretty sure I have seen them doing something on all fours. But also, I wouldn't call anything a kangaroo does walking.
I mean, we do some things on all fours, humanity as well, though. So you know.
Yes, but we don't locomote.
No, unless you're in a pride parade, I suppose.
Yeah, George asks, also, you did say mammals, but would we call birds bipedal? Yes, which is why you have the old Greek joke of a man is a featherless biped. So the other one brings in a plucked chicken and goes, behold, a man!
I love that one. Behold, bruh, BTFO'd. I'm pretty sure that's how it would be in a Discord call.
Yeah, here we go. Pictures of kangaroos. Kangaroos are not bipedal.
Boingy, 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 boingy.
And they
also, they'll
definitely...
fuck your shit up.
Yeah, they really will. But kangaroos are not bipeds. Because it's more... Here we have a very helpful photo to illustrate the point. If it will show up. A kangaroo starting out on all fours, and then it launches off on its back feet and then continues that motion.
That's cute. I would
I
give it
like
a hug, but
kangaroos.
it'd probably gut me.
Yes. Actually, you think the fucking kangaroos are bad? Stay away from the fucking cassowaries. Those cunts will go you. They're literally fucking modern velociraptors, little bastards.
Yeah, their fucking claws are massive.
Yes, the guys in chat.
Yeah, that was a good video.
Diogenes and Plato.
Sorry, I got onto a little tangent about 616 being the number of the beast.
Yeah.
Because 616 was found in an old papyrus scroll as the original number of the beast. I watched a really interesting documentary about it where basically they used to use numbers to represent the names of people. So you'd have X number plus this number was actually, oh yeah, it's like Jonathan Crow loves this person, that kind of stuff. And you have messages like that scrolled on walls.
Mm-hmm.
And they believed that 616 was meant to actually represent the name of the Roman Emperor of Nero. He was considered the beast because of the fact of the way he treated Rome. Obviously, Rome being quite Christian at the time.
Oh.
But obviously 616 doesn't look that appealing in a visual storytelling sense. So the idea was that essentially it became 666 later down the line because it was more visually representative and easier to scare people with. You know, that kind of thing.
Also, it makes for a good Iron Maiden song.
Billy Bloggs says that bipedal is not the optimal mode of locomotion. It's the way humans get back pain. Actually, you'd be surprised at how efficient humans are when it comes to walking. You also...
I'm not going to say how efficient Biden is.
Oh, Biden can't walk. We've seen him on the stairs.
But he is efficient with his pedophilia.
Bipedal is not the same thing as bipedo.
No, bipedo is what you get when Vorsh molests a boy and a girl.
It wouldn't fucking stop them, that's for fucking certain.
Yeah, but humans are actually quite efficient when it comes to running. Like, grab a half dozen Kenyans and tell the fuckers to run from one sea to another. The bastards will do it.
Weren't the Sulu like unfair in how quick and how fast they were? They were like counted as cavalry or some shit.
I think so. I don't know if it was necessarily max speed, but the ability to maintain that speed, because humans are what's the word? Persistence hunters.
Pursuit predation.
Yes. And again, it's something rare about humans because humans sweat. So you take a half dozen humans, okay, let's be real, a half dozen men, and you go, we would like to eat that for dinner. So the half dozen men spread out a bit and then they chase that thing. Now, turns out humans really, really good at heat exchange with the atmosphere because sweat. So they keep running until the animal essentially dies of heat stroke. Which turns out is quite easy. If you happen to be a man living in either modern day Africa as a tribesman, or just running around in the Paleolithic.
I was about to say a chainsaw joke, but I'm gonna wait until the podcast is done.
Damn.
You got it.
Yeah. You see why Obi-Wan says chase things until they can't run anymore, then kill them or force them off a cliff. Yes, which is how you hunt
you don't
mouse.
even actually technically chase them till they can't run anymore. You actually walk and save energy with pursuit predation, and you use tracking skills to say actually this thing has been there, and that prey will sit there or start relaxing, be like, oh, finally I'm free of this thing. It's not following me. But because we are so good at tracking them, obviously we suddenly turn up like the fucking Terminator and be like, hello, I'm here to eat you. Are you ready to give in yet? Dun 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 dun.
Yep, which is another thing that humans could do. A human can walk for days.
Yeah.
Like, even without sleep, a human can walk for days. With sleep, like, the Forrest Gump thing is not unrealistic.
Yeah, running contests. Horse versus human. Long distance, human wins.
And you are right, Crow, but there are some animals where a couple of humans running at a decent pace, the animal overheats so quickly that it just drops rather than having to track and keep going. It depends on the animal you're hunting.
This is also why the spear was invented, because it allowed a longer reach. So you would run up, and that gazelle or that deer or that horse, whatever it might be that you were hunting, would run away. And you might not be able to keep up with that, but you could sure as hell fucking throw a spear at it and slow it down.
Yeah. And not to mention, once it's given up and fallen over, it can still kick you in the face. So being able to poke it with a stick until it dies, very handy.
A long stick, so you're out of its reach. Yeah.
Yes.
I need a spear. That'd be cool.
I support
or like,
stick supremacy.
halberd or some sort of poleaxe of some kind.
Halberds
Just to answer
are
my door.
always nice.
Yeah. And then, of course, humans decide to start cheating and invented the bow.
Oh, yeah.
You know, bows aren't really cheating. It actually requires skill to use it. Guns are cheating, but they're so cool. The rule of cool allows them.
I mean, to be fair, there is a sense of skill when it comes to rifles as well. Depends on the gun you're using. If you went out with a fucking machine gun, you're pretty much likely to kill something. But you also have to remember that you wouldn't normally use that because you're worried about lead poisoning. If you had the olden style bullets, lead bullets wouldn't have been very useful because they would have poisoned the meat.
Well, the biggest problem that people who don't know about guns or hunting have, if they just pick up a gun and go out to hunt something, is if you don't kill the fucking thing, you have to go find it.
Yeah.
By law, location applies.
Yes.
Like in Australia, for example, on the rare occasions that you can actually go hunting legally, if you wound the fucker, you have to find it and finish the job.
Yeah, no. The thing is, that's about pride as well when it comes to hunting, killing it with one shot.
Well, that's it, and that's one of the arguments as to why hunting isn't inhumane, because it doesn't know anything's happening. It's just all of a sudden dead.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the way they kill rabbits, they kill them by breaking their neck right at the base of the skull, and it causes
They break their neck.
Yeah. They literally pull the head in a certain angle, and it snaps the neck away from the base of the skull.
Wait,
and it
that's
causes,
how you do it? I've been grabbing them by the hind legs and smacking them against the wall.
I mean, that also works.
That works as well. But there's little hooks you can buy that you just put the rabbit's head in, and you just pull on its back legs, and it breaks the neck. But it causes, I can't remember the phrase, that someone probably in chat won't remember the name, but it basically, the brain is completely confused as to what happened. So it cannot actually experience pain because it's dead before it realizes it, essentially. But it's like the pinnacle of like killing things efficiently and with as little suffering as possible.
Yeah,
when it's
which is why, for example, if you're using a bow, and we'll use a deer as an example, if you're using a bow, you'll generally aim for the heart. With a rifle, you might aim for the heart or the head, depending on like what you can see.
Depending on whether it's a trophy, really, usually.
Usually, yes. But either way, you'll aim for the quickest death, because for a multitude of reasons, some of which are selfish. Like one, if it runs away and fights and bashes, you'll end up with half your money covered in blood and scratched up, and it'll just be a mess. Plus, you've added in the fact that you've had to find the fucking thing again.
Mostly, like I've seen some really nice videos. These people basically having tree stands and hunting from trees. Usually they'll hunt with like a bow and arrow or a crossbow or something along those lines because it's quite quiet, quite accurate for the distance that they're at, and with the right kind of shot, they can do either double lungs or go for like a heart shot, so they will actually kill that deer pretty much in seconds before it even knows what's happened.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible.
You want it dead as quickly as possible. George says, rifle, heart lung, brainstem, bow, heart lung. Yeah, pretty much, exactly.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And even then, with the rifle, you'd probably still go for lungs as well.
Yeah, you probably would, because especially if you can get side on. If you get side on at the right spot, you can go through both lungs and the heart in one hit, and the fucker's down and done.
Yeah. I actually asked my father about this when he was training, like doing some training shooting. I asked, why do you aim for the chest when if the head would be quicker? He said that actually isn't true because, first of all, their brains are so small comparative to the rest of them. And if you actually hit the lungs, there's also a massive chance that you hit the heart as well. You always aim for heart, though.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's also a matter of bigger target versus smaller target.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Buzz Van Diepen says,
glance a blow and you hit something in the eye, that's just going to leave it in agony, and that's just not cool.
Buzz Van Diepen says they should make a neck break of human executions. It's more humane than what they use now. Yeah, they invented that. It's called a long drop.
Yeah. The actual hangman's noose is designed to break your neck.
Yes. There are two kinds of hanging, essentially. There's also garroting, but that's irrelevant. You either have short drop or long drop. With short drop, you kill them via strangulation. So they'll sit there and twitch and piss themselves and be in excruciating, horrible death for a couple of minutes. Long drop, ideally you'll just snap the neck and not rip the head off. If you miscalculate your drop, you will just clean up, straight up, go pop, and off comes the head.
I mean, if you want to keep the heads for later, what you do is put a big, like, meat grinder underneath the body, so the body gets destroyed, and the head pops off, and then it falls into like a special tray, so you can then put on pipes.
Isn't that what the guillotine's for? The head just comes cleanly off into the basket, and then you just roll the body away.
Yeah, but where's the spectacle in that? It's just a big blade dropping on a head.
Yeah, it's also French, and we can't have that.
Yeah. I mean, you're decapitating someone by hanging them really aggressively. I mean, that sounds pretty badass to me.
Yeah, I mean, it is Frenchies, and that is surrender speak. We all know that.
Or better yet, you have like a spinning wheel of some kind. So you tie them up by the neck, and you just spin them around until the body goes flying.
Yeah. Prime Knight says boars are effing tanks, can take several stabs and several arrows and still run for several minutes. Yeah, fuck boars and just wild pigs in general. Those bastards will not fucking die even if you kill them to death.
Pumbaa is a force to be reckoned with.
Callum Dyson says, just a firing squad, it does fine. Do you have any idea how expensive ammo is these days?
Yeah, but it's satisfactory.
Yeah, but ropes, you can reuse rope.
Yeah.
Like, traditionally, apparently they didn't. In, like, in the more modern hangings, they don't reuse the rope.
What if they just use fucking chains? Drop them down with fucking chains around the neck.
Well, chains used to be expensive. Remember, back in the day...
You got second-hand rope trim.
What?
You get second-hand rope.
I mean, I got several sharp objects in my drawer. We could use a knife, and everybody's like, give him a stab.
You could just make a YouTube channel and use a hydraulic press. They're popular.
Oh!
Yeah.
We now find the guiltily charged pedophile, Bosch. How will he fare against a hydraulic press? Bosch, remember?
Yes, I think we've gone away from the quick and efficient.
But entered the entertaining.
Student of History says, boars are one good reason for the Sound Capacity magazine. Boars are a good reason for the semi-auto shotgun loaded with slug. Those
Actually, you're kind of right there. There's this a friend of my father. He likes to go to Russia to hunt boars, and the boars, like, the thing is, the boars have a tendency of running away from you or against you. If you hit the damn thing, it will run against you. And there was this one Russian guy who was with them who was not fast enough, and he had to amputate his leg. And he emptied his whole clip in the boar. But then again, when you have a boar fucking your leg up, it's kind of hard to aim properly.
I mean, this is why you should be hunting boars with grenades.
Yeah. Or flamethrowers.
I mean,
the Romans used to set fire to pigs and send them off into battle to scare the fuck out of their opponents because they'd survive so long.
Okay, now that is the ultimate weapon against the Taliban.
Yeah.
Fuck's sake.
What? It is.
How
Go,
the...
Boomba.
Okay,
No!
next question. How the fuck did we get here from trans and non-binary people trapped in war-torn Ukraine?
I don't know. We got onto the topic of hunting, and it's just been talking about different forms of hunting. I guess.
True.
I don't know.
I must say, though,
Manly, I guess.
one day I would like to try, just for meme value, rabbit hunting with a 50 cal.
What?
Okay.
Yes,
One
I
minute
do.
the rabbit's there, the another minute it's gone.
Yes, I am aware of the glorious waste of money that would be.
Okay, guys, have
You've got to
any
get
of
like
you
5
seen,
rabbits lined up in a row.
Have any of you seen the movie Kung Fu Panda
No.
2?
No, of
Kung
course
Fu
not.
Panda 2?
I've never seen that.
No, the main villain comes out against sort of like the quasi heroes. Be like, it's a parting gift. Put it here, put it there, put it way over there, staining the wall. That's what you get if you use a 50 cal on a fucking rabbit.
Well, that's what the guys in chat are saying. George is like, rabbit hunting with a what? And Callum Dyson says, there won't be a rabbit left. That's basically the point. You don't have to go fetch the rabbit. If you pull the trigger and then all of a sudden there's just a puff of fur and there's no rabbit left.
Hey guys, what about hunting rabbits with a punt gun?
Those
That's
are illegal in
illegal
America. Except they're not, you illiterate scum-sucking fucking... Anyway.
I'm so
Sorry, I just
tired
couldn't
of that
resist.
fucking meme. Oh Lord.
Get dragon's breath shotgun rounds for the rabbits.
Oh yeah, you get them cooked. But then again, if you're gonna make rabbit food out of rabbits, the rabbit isn't gonna give you any nourishment.
Well,
you're gonna get
let's
from
be
what gives a
real.
Rabbit.
Rabbit hunting with a shotgun is not a good idea. Because you have to pick all the pellets out. What you want to do when you're rabbit hunting is use a bow and expendable arrows, so you just stick the whole arrow over the fire.
Well, actually, there's this
just-
one thing. Oh, I just fucking did.
Just
fucking
spit
shoot
right,
everything, sorry.
just spit roast the rabbit, stick it over the fire.
I once saw a guy with a hunting bow manage to decapitate a turkey.
That's pretty fucking cool.
That was cool. He just hit the turkey. He went over and just got the head of the turkey while the turkey was spazzing out. Where was it going? Yeah, actually using for people who are starting to hunt, right? Like young hunters in their who's 14, 16, when they go out hunting with their fathers. Like one of my neighborhood friends when I was a kid. He used a shotgun for rabbits, so he brought with him a rabbit that he killed with a shotgun, and he was hanging it by a small branch used as a tiny hook by one of the bullet holes that had broken its legs, and it was a giant hole through it. And he just hung it up for us, and all 4 legs were broken. There were 2 entry holes in its head, and I think the rest went through its chest.
Did he use birdshot or buckshot?
He used buckshot.
Oh, fucking hell. I mean, birdshot would work fine, but buckshot is a bit of a much. I'm surprised he didn't blow the bloody thing away.
I mean, the 2 people beside us were the closest thing you can get to an American, like a South State American in Norway, dude.
I mean, UCYIB1 says a punt gun, which is legal in Australia, which is illegal in Australia. Now, thing is, I'd have to check the rules on that, but I wouldn't be convinced of that. Our laws are so stupid and ass backwards that our punt gun might actually be legal technically, but you never get a permission from the cops to have one.
Question, Besic, is it big, black, and scary?
No.
Oh yeah, Billy.
It's got a wood stock.
Saying that, Billy, I saw this brilliant. It's like a 2.2 air rifle, but instead of firing 2.2 rounds, it's called the Verminator, and it fires basically an arrow bolt, through a actual rifle, and that thing is fantastic for rabbiting.
I'm gonna make some tea.
Of course you do.
But yeah, I'm probably gonna have to get going in about 10-15 minutes.
You're leaving us, huh? Okay, fine.
Yeah, it's a sunny day, and people want me to go for a walk with them, so
Well, that is acceptable.
got to do human, normal things rather than just talking about wood chippers and random ways to kill animals.
We didn't. Well, we did that, but not much wood chippers so far, though.
Now
that you mention it, the obligatory pedos and communists is wood chippers. Yes.
I think he's lying to us. He said it was a sunny day.
Yeah, it's really fucking sunny where I am.
Wait. There's a sunny day in Norway. Are you in Norway? Has the crow flown to Norway? You stalking me, dude?
No,
I mean, I can go wherever I like, technically.
Oh, true.
But
Come over and I'll give you some homemade
Britain.
beer. Come over and I'll give you some homemade beer.
Mate, tempting. I'm not allowed to travel yet, I don't think, because I'm not vaccinated. So.
Me either, but I've had the coof, and surprisingly enough, I was not put in hospital. But I am speaking to you from beyond the grave because this is possible to survive the coof.
I don't think a sunny day in Britain is haram, because basically this is the way I see the British weather. It's not always overcast, it's not always rainy, it's not always sunny. It's borderline or bipolar in its nature.
It's all three at once.
Every single fucking weather kind. We've had hurricanes, we've had earthquakes here, we have every single weather kind you can imagine. It's just we never know what we're going to get. It's kind of like you're rolling a d6 dice. What are you going to get this time? It's like, well, you rolled for initiative, so we're going to get rain. But yeah, it's always been a bit like that. One of the things I actually like about the country, rather than just being constantly scorching hot or freezing, you know.
Burn, baby, burn. I mean, in Norway it's pretty easy. You have scorching hot and then you have cold as fuck.
Both at the same time. Billy just checked. Apparently he has confirmed that there is sun in the UK.
Wow.
Wow. Who'd have thought?
Wizardry. It has Arthur
Plus,
returned once again?
I most definitely need to get some vitamin D, so I've been a bit of a cave goblin recently, so going out is good for me.
Oh, here we go. Well, let's drag things back to our article before the crow has to go.
Sure thing.
And we'll finish up this article. So, Berlin, March 4th. The main obstacles to Valeria Kolosova escaping from Ukraine are her passport and ID card, which identify the 24-year-old psychopath as a man, meaning he must stay to fight the invading Russian forces. Whoops. In complete contrast to the previous one, where because they were born a woman, they can just walk across the border. This one's born a man and has to stay and fight. But tell me more about that patriarchy. Male privilege. The male privilege to fight and die. She says she hasn't even tried to leave because I'm afraid they won't allow me to flee because of the martial law. Referring to the rule that men aged 8 and 60 must register for conscription and can't leave the country. Yeah, it sucks when it turns out that you aren't actually a woman, doesn't it?
It's amazing that people seem to think the thoughts they have inside their head make reality.
Kind of weird, huh?
I think I'm a woman, therefore I am.
No, actually, it
Watch
turns
that, right?
out that you were born with a penis, therefore get a gun and go fight Russians.
I mean, to be fair, that does sound kind of fun.
I mean, yeah.
He fights
Like,
women.
we're not
Okay.
hunting game today, my friends.
We're hunting the most
hunting gays.
dangerous of game.
Sorry.
What?
Fuck. Sorry.
Fuck's sake, I forgot about that reference.
So the rest of this article basically seems to whine about how all the trans and LGBTQI pedo plus are being oppressed in Ukraine. Well, what's your problem then, you fucking losers?
You realise it's going to end up being called the PLGBTQ when they add pedos in. They'll be the most important part.
Of course.
Yes.
Well,
They just look at Bosch.
we should just rename it to the pedo plus community because it's all of that. It's basically just that.
Yep.
It could
I already
have
have.
two P's, pedo and predator.
But aren't all pedos
Yeah,
predators?
We might as well just fucking. We might as well. Oh wait, predator is another word for pedo, so yes. Yes.
I guess it would depend upon whether they've acted upon it or whether they are seeking help, which many of them do not.
Yeah. Here we go. Here's another one. Robert, that's totally his real name, a 31-year-old trans man from Iraq who's been living in Ukraine for 13 years, traveled by train for 3 days from the eastern city of Kharkiv to Slovakia and on to Prague. Robert, who asked not to give...
I wonder why this trans man is not living in Iraq.
Yes, also, I wonder why this trans man managed to get out of Ukraine!
Sucked enough dick?
Yeah.
It's an option.
Well, apparently, Slovak Border Control Police mocked him, laughed and shouted at him for being trans, and twice threw away his identity documents. But then he got over the border anyway, because it turns out he was not actually really a man. How convenient to not actually really be a man when there's a conscription going on.
Question. If he tried to cross in the area where there were Nazis, and we all know Nazis really love their femboys, how would that go?
Yeah, and here's another one. A 24-year-old trans woman hiding with her girlfriend about 70 kilometers outside of Kiev. The assault on Kiev means she has little hope of getting her cross-sex hormone medication when it runs out in 2 weeks. Gee, somehow I think that's of less concern than being a man who needs to go fight, you fucking psychopath.
Doesn't want to have the thingies go, so it becomes more testosterone. Ooh.
Yes,
the gender pills rather than the lead pills.
God forbid the man look like a man.
What's going on?
We really need space marines, don't we?
Trim and I are just recruiting in your Discord.
Yeah.
Recruiting?
Yes. Maliciously recruiting, of course.
Just...
Okay.
Ah, dear. So yes, it turns out that the trans men get to leave Ukraine and the trans women don't, because it turns out that when there's a war on and we need to conscript all the men, it turns out that your fifis don't matter.
Fifis, pronouns, all out of the window because there's like a fucking war on.
Yes, turns out they've got better things to worry about than your feelings. Fuck your feelings. We've got war to fight.
I have like 57 pronouns.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, surely these people have got more important things to worry about right now. Like an actual war. Then...
Well, I think you just missed the most recent one. There's this trans woman whining about not having enough cross-sex hormones. Gee, don't you think you have more to worry about, like, say, being a man in a war zone?
What about the theater that got blown up in Ukraine, where which collapsed over its bomb room, meaning now there's several people buried under tons of fucking under concrete.
Yeah, but the question is, have they got their hormones in there? I mean, somebody's got to ask the
Well,
important things.
these ones make their own, so they don't matter.
All right. Yeah,
I mean, you have
am
to remember
honestly a
these people are
counsel who-
mentally ill, so they're not exactly going to have the most rational take on the world around them.
Nah. Me. I managed to chase him away. Poor bird. Wait, did I just call Crow a woman?
I don't know.
I just
No,
called
did
him a
you?
bird. Oh shit, he's back. Hey, I didn't smack talk you.
Why though?
Nothing. Shut up.
Why though?
I don't know. You're the one who said he was a bird, a woman.
No, you did.
No, you're trying to gaslight me. Evil.
What did you say about me?
Trim,
Nothing.
it's literally on the stream, mate.
Yeah, but I'm using leftist logic here, and do you know that they keep denying reality in face of it?
Yes, remember, there was never a man called Yuri Gagarin who was the first man in space. The first man in space was actually assigned female at birth and black.
Yes.
Actually,
Really?
because women are formless, you know,
Nameless.
amorphous, whatever,
Limitless
nameless,
blobs.
limitless. They are actually
Undefinable.
space.
Stronger than the foundations of the earth. I love that Lord of the Rings reference.
Honestly, I like the fact they just sound like something out of bloody
Lovecraft?
yeah, Lovecraftian. It's just such a great description of my association with women most of my life. Yeah.
I mean, they literally appear as a goddamn
Well, I
show
don't
doc in their
know.
own mind.
We sure Lovecraft wasn't writing about women. Amorphous monsters from the deep who are your worst nightmares and have tentacles.
Hey, Disco.
I mean, that sounds kind of hot.
I mean, have you heard of the thing called Monster Girl Manual? I mean, there's some there. There's some.
George says, there's been nothing more infuriating in the Russian/Ukraine war stories than those idiots who bring back trans/climate issues into the discussion. Fuck your agenda. People are fucking dying. Vax, not back. Yes. All these people whining about, oh no, they're not vaccinated. They might get COVID in the bomb shelters. Yeah, I'm pretty sure your chances of survival from COVID... Let's see if YouTube bans me for this. You have a higher likelihood of dying if a bomb lands on your head than if you catch COVID.
Now, that depends on whether it's a COVID bomb.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna say this. I just need to say this. I just saw Prime Knight's posted image of that boar.
It's fucking huge.
Fuck, that's bigger than a grizzly bear. That thing eats bears.
That thing is the kind of thing you'd ride into fucking battle.
If you were an
that's the kind of thing you kill immediately, because boars that size will look at everything their size and down as food.
He's a big cutie. Look at him.
That is fucking Ganon. That kid is now Link. I'm calling that boy Link. That is fucking Ganon right there, motherfucker. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's gigantic. Just like your mum.
Your mum's a big pig too.
Yeah, he can yup. Boys, making yup. He's a big pig, yup. You can be a big pig too,
No.
and we are copyright striked.
If Pumbaa was that size in the actual films, I think there wouldn't be such a problem. All the lines would be like, what the fuck do I do with this?
He'd actually fucking end up taking over the kingdom, the Pride Kingdom. Pumbaa would
just
be the
eat Simba and
Timon would fucking be that. He would pretty much just be a worm tongue character. It's like Pumbaa, everyone's against you. Kill them all. I'd pay to watch that. Animal Farm this motherfucker.
Did we actually finish the article, by the way?
I have no idea.
I think so.
What the article was at this point.
Oh,
Yeah,
Lord,
yes,
why
I
do
think
I keep derailing shit?
we finished the
there's
article.
endings and then there is completely different topics.
We're just talking about pork god.
The
I was
ultimate
talking
pork
about how
chop.
Link here managed to slay Ganon.
David and Goliath, but this time David's got a gun.
Yes. Oh man, you can be as big as you want. A gun will still take you down. It's the ultimate equalizer.
If Puma had been that way, Can You Feel the Love Tonight would have been a lot different. I love that one.
Poor Simba.
Yeah, it looks like he's using a 45 or maybe something quite large. Or a 44, I don't know.
Are those one of those pistols that can blow your head up open?
It looks like a pretty high-powered
Yeah, it
revolver.
looks like a pretty high caliber rifle.
Rifle?
Pistol, not rifle.
Gun.
What was I thinking of? Pistol.
But actually, it's a full-on rifle, and the kid is just tiny. Like, he's just massive, and so is the pig.
Yeah. The pig is actually the size of a truck, and the kid himself, he's literally goddamn Goliath reborn. So it's actually Ganon versus Goliath.
Oh dear. Callum asks, anyone doing Lent this year? I've given up booze for the remaining 40 days. Yeah, I've given up.
What the hell is
It
Lent?
kind of looks like a Taurus 44 Magnum. Not quite the
What the
same.
hell
It's
is
hard to tell
Lent?
from the picture.
I don't really know, but basically you're supposed to give up things you like or vices for however long it is as a
So
form
it's
of
like the Christian version
self-control
of
or something.
Ramadan? It's Christian
Yeah,
Ramadan?
basically.
I think so.
It's
Okay.
basically you give up vices for a little while, and then you go back to all those vices really hard afterwards.
So just like
So
Ramadan.
Or
Yeah, I haven't done cocaine in 4 weeks,
Wait.
so I'm going to do as much of it as possible and nearly overdose.
Nice. Oh, basically, it's just another proof that Islam is just another copyright bootleg of Christianity. Again.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, on that note,
Yep.
I'm going to get going, and I'll go for a nice walk.
A
Bye.
pleasure
Bye.
talking to you as usual.
Callum,
Disco's just like, I can't wait to get rid of Crow. Fuck off.
Oh, wow.
yeah.
I sense
Cheerio,
some
guys.
hostility here. Bye-bye.
Callum asks, why am I the only one doing any self-improvement stuff here? Because the rest of us are perfect.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't
You
need to
cannot
improve.
perfection.
Yeah.
You're tiny. You need to get
What you
taller.
talking about? Shut the fuck up. The perfect height already, I'll have you know. Everybody else is just a poor copy.
Yeah. Well, you're not Norwegian, so you're not really superior, are you?
Just remember, the perfect woman is 4 foot tall, no teeth, and has a flat head. I've broken Trim. Trim, are you alive?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Still alive. Still alive.
Oh dear. Shall we look at another article, Trim?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard of DuckDuckGo?
Yes, I have. Also, I heard that they're being quite a disappointment as of late.
That they are.
That's an understatement.
Yeah, an understatement. Oh, poor Kibbs. So, DuckDuckGo was supposed to be the privacy-respecting, non-censoring alternative to Google. The search, specifically the search engine.
No,
You mean Google?
it was actually, if I actually, they only promised not to take your data. They never said they wouldn't format after their own political opinions or doing a wujiki.
Yeah, but they were very, very happy to let all of their users just go with that.
Yeah. Why not tell
until
the
they
truth?
got big enough to be like, well, actually.
Yeah. Fucking have less respect for him now.
Yeah, so
Fuck, they've lost all respect.
the guy that the CEO and founder came out with some censorship the other day. Like so many others, I am sickened by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Sorry, he just had to remove dick from his mouth. And the gigantic humanitarian crisis it continues to create. Hashtag virtue signal with Ukraine. At Duck Goose Step, we've been rolling out search updates that downrank sites associated with Russia disinformation. Who decides what disinformation is? You don't need to know that.
It is the great leader that decides what truth you are to follow. Yes.
Yes. In addition to downranking sites associated with disinformation, we also often place news modules and information boxes at the top of DuckDuckGooseStep's search results, where they are seen and clicked the most, to highlight quality information for rapidly unfolding topics given to us by trusted sources like CNN. DuckDuckGooseStep's mission is to make simple privacy protection accessible to all except Russians. Privacy is a human right, except for Russians, and transcends politics, except fuck you Russians. Which is why about 100 million people around the world use DuckDuckGooseStep. We don't have an exact count since we don't track people. So, who's heard of Mars? Lord Mars. He comes out and says, no point of using DuckDuckGo now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we totally want our search results to
Yeah,
be,
and then of course some they them
ideological.
lose sociopath, nut job, says seethe. No.
Trans flag, this many other fucking descriptions, and of course they pronouns in the bio. You know that they
Not
are
just in the
completely-
bio, literally in the name.
Yeah,
I know they've
just-
started going one further now. Like the really crazy ones put the pronouns straight in the name.
Yeah.
Also,
Ooh,
they usually have trans flags.
Justin has a good one. Cut go.
Oof.
That's good. I wish I'd thought of that.
It's ours now. Quick, tweet it. It becomes yours when you tweet it.
So someone's called Chef Andrew Gruel says, sounds simple enough, but it isn't. That's the problem with censorship. There's no absolute truth.
Only
some-
shit deals in absolutes.
Someone else says, oh well, not using your search engine anymore. I don't need another Google censoring information.
Amen, brother.
Geoffrey Miller, whoever the fuck that's supposed to be.
They really didn't read the room before they did this, did
No,
they?
like,
I'm
who the
like-
fuck did they think their audience was? Oh, it's just people
I didn't-
concerned about privacy. Well, no, privacy's the least concerning thing about what Google does with my search hit.
I did see a thing like that was apparently from the EU that were like search engines are being required to do this. And it's like, okay, I could maybe understand if they're having their hand forced. I don't know if that's true or not, but I could understand if they are. But then why go and virtue signal about it? Like, surely you would go on Twitter and be like, we're being forced to do this by the fucking EU.
Like
yeah.
Wouldn't that be your only tweet? Our illustrious fascists in the EU have decided to force this upon us.
That would be my tweet. I wouldn't be going to Twitter to be like, virtue, virtue, virtue. And it's like, that's not your audience, mate.
Yep, exactly.
Read the room.
Virtue. Virtue disco. What about the virtue? Virtue is important.
Yep. So Geoffrey Miller says, this is not the way, bro. We no longer trust anyone to decide for us what is misinformation. Let's make our own calls about that. Otherwise, you're just another tentacle from some ministry of truth. Some loser then waffles. If something is demonstrably false, but put forward as anything other than demonstrably false, it's misinformation. That's not true. Also, they're a search engine. We don't... Search engines are supposed to tell us what site has words in it that most closely match the query we've put in. It's like saying you want to hear the lies is only okay as long as you make it clear they're lies. Problem is, you don't know what the lies are. In fact, you're the one telling them.
Tell me sweet little lies. Good thing I didn't stop my chefing to become a singer.
Yep. So someone else says this is absolutely the wrong move. Cut, go. You do understand most people...
Gone.
Yep. Most people left Google because of these algos. If the last 2 years taught us anything, it's the difference between misinformation and truth is often just time and perspective. Yep, someone else, verified checkmark. Former pro volleyball. So, there you go. Can't count how many times I've recommended your platform to friends, family, and my audience. Now you bent the knees to the mob or learned something from Elon Musk.
Holy shit.
Yep. Someone else says, the entire value of DuckDuckGo to me was that you didn't censor results and play politics. Either I was mistaken or this decision is incredibly misguided.
Why not both?
Yep. Douglas Carr, who are they? Don't know. Your ability to distinguish this information is no better than your user's ability. Thank you for revealing your search engine results are as manipulative as every other competitor's results. You battle misinformation with more information, not by burning the books. Someone else says, I'd rather have a mix of information than someone deciding for me what's categorized as disinformation. The Western corporate media and the US government and NATO also have the propaganda they disseminate. Look in the Western media prior to invasion, for an example. Correct.
Seems pretty fair to me.
Mm-hmm. Then we have Cernovich disinformation like the Russian bounty story, or that drone strike that killed kids, or Jesse Smollett, or the Covington kids hikes.
Covington kids.
And of course, Brave Software just capitalized on this immediately, but their search engine is weak. So I just went up and gave up and went back to Google.
Yeah.
If I'm going to have my shit censored anyway, what does it fucking matter?
Yeah, that's the problem. Like they
We
didn't
even
read the
used
room.
DuckDuckGo on this goddamn podcast, and it worked. And now they're like, but
Yeah,
now we're
like
just-
I used to use DuckDuckGo for all my searching, but now that they're censoring it, I might as well just go back to Google, which is at least a bit, which is competent at the shit that they're not censoring.
Yeah. Ugh, annoying. Very annoying. Very disappointing.
Yes.
What a disappointment these few months.
Oh, you think that's bad, do you, Trim?
Oh, great.
Yeah, they doubled
But
down.
wait.
And
Did
just
they
like
really?
that, DuckDuckGo becomes Google. One-time free search engine now downranks conservative content and bans Gateway Pundit.
Oh boy.
And
By the way, what happened to Joe Rogan? Is he like off Spotify? I just remember that.
sorry, what now?
Joe Rogan was taken off Spotify, I think. Or
Was
did
he?
leave?
I know there were more
I might have
shenanigans.
misheard. I might have misheard.
I can't imagine that Spotify would be stupid enough to throw away $100 million like that.
There are a lot of fucking lefties on Spotify.
But yay, thanks DuckDuckGo, you fucking idiots. So let's go
At
visit
least-
Breitbart, which is a far better website than whatever that one was. So yeah,
At least, it's better to have. Oh, sorry, guys. At least it's better to have a truth unveiled, later than never, in my opinion.
I suppose this is true, but I'd much rather just not have lies from the start.
Yeah, but that is fucking impossible from these goddamn Silicon Valley cunts and their copies. So, pardon my language.
Yeah. So, well done to DuckDuckGo for completely ruining their user base. Because people didn't go to DuckDuckGo for privacy. People went to DuckDuckGo because Google are a bunch of bastards.
Yeah.
So,
They were the
Yeah.
alternative, and
What-
no longer.
Like, how stupid. I mean, why brag about it? It's like, who are you bragging to? Your audience. What do your audience want?
unfiltered search results and to be left the fuck alone.
So are you trying to alienate your audience? Is this, oh, now we're big enough, we've made enough money, like, let's be like, hey, leftists, or what? Like, what is this?
Worthy to suck your fucking dicks yet?
Basically.
Disgusting.
Yeah, it's just
fucking disgusting
ridiculous.
cunts. Disappointed! Sorry for being a rambling guy today. I finished work today and kind of tired and shit. Yes. What day is it today? Fuck, Saturday. That's right.
No, it's not.
Shit. Wait, fuck you. Goddamn future people.
Gotcha. God.
It's against a tired person. That is a low blow.
Oh dear.
Well, good thing I never advertised myself as a smart woman. That would be misadvertising on a fucking grand level.
Indeed.
Jen Psaki spread disinformation about Hunter Biden's laptop.
Yes, well, funnily enough, that's actually one of the things that popped up. Wall Street Journal. Hunter Biden's laptop is finally news fit to print. The press that ignored the story in 2020 admits that it's real. Yes, the New
Wall Street Journal?
Yes, and the Washington Post is on it as well. Turns out that it's finally time for the mainstream to admit that the thing actually existed, despite the fact that they ignored it all prior to the election.
Yeah. How many Americans admitted that the laptop would have swayed their opinion?
Probably enough to have completely trounced fucking Biden.
Strange, very strange. It's as if they knew that it's as if they know that the president's family counts for something during an election. Because if you can't control your own family, you can't control the country.
Well, if you're willing to lie about something like that, you're willing to lie about everything.
Yep. But hey, I've always been on Biden's side, haven't I?
Like, personally, the fact that Hunter Biden's a drug fuck piece of shit isn't particularly real. The fact that he has business dealings for the big guy, that concerns me immensely.
I would never had this job and been able to smoke so much Parmesan if my name wasn't Biden.
If my daddy wasn't rich.
I wonder what that does to someone's self-esteem. I mean, well,
apparently it turns you into a drug fuck loser.
Yeah, I mean, just look at him. All that Parmigiano. You could have.
Yeah, look at that drug fuck loser. Oh wait, that's Joe.
Wait, is there a difference between them now?
Hold on.
Wait. Hunter gets high on Parmigiano and other crystalline things, while Biden gets high on that sweet, sweet smell of children hair.
Well, what did I say? One of them was an incompetent drug feud pedophile piece of shit, and the other was Hunter.
Yeah. I mean, how many? You know what? Do you guys remember that documentary saying that Hitler actually was on a lot of drugs? How many drugs is this guy on? I mean, he can't form a regular sentence. I mean, he must have been doped up on so much shit when he had his inauguration speech.
But, well, you need a lot of drugs when you have dementia.
Yeah. I mean, my grandma has mild Alzheimer's, and she's well, she's still more there than Biden, but
Yeah,
geez.
like, it's almost cruel what's happening to Biden.
I would feel sorry for him if it wasn't such a piece of shit.
If he didn't have a 60-year history of fucking people over and being a corrupt, incompetent sack of shit.
I know why Kamala is his VP, let's just say that. Birds of a feather flock together.
Corrupt, incompetent criminals.
Yes.
Yeah, this is true.
Fucking carrion-eating shits.
That they are.
Yes. You could be the one is right.
Yeah. So, Wall Street Journal says, talk about bearing the lead. For 17 months, the New York Times has finally acknowledged that Hunter Biden's business dealings are legitimate news. Bit fucking late. But yeah, they're like, so Washington Post is like, new reporting has re-elevated questions about how the story emerged and was handled. In light of that resurrection, it seems useful to articulate exactly why there was suspicion about the story's origins. Who fucking cares? It was proven to be true almost immediately. And then they didn't report on it so that their guy won the election.
And their guy has proven to be so competent, so skilled, so able, that he immediately just started destroying the country from the moment he got in.
Yep, I don't think I've ever heard of double-digit inflation.
It's kind of depressing, really.
It is. And this is in America, where they believe in things like human rights.
Oh.
It really doesn't make me feel good for other countries like, say, my fascist shithole.
Aussie land.
Yes. Where we are young and enslaved. Well. So, well, let's have a look at another story. How about this one? It did come out recently, and I thought about talking about it, but didn't have something together. So, University of Virginia swimmer Emma Wayant won second place in the women's 500-yard freestyle championships, losing out to a man, Leah Thomas. Many viewers took to social media to congratulate Wayant for actually winning first place, as she did.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen some of the pictures where like the winner is like sitting on one side of the picture, and then the three girls who were like second, third, and fourth are like celebrating over on the other side, and it's very telling. Yeah.
So, a tweet by the University of Virginia swimming and dive account, which congratulated Wayant for winning second place with the third fastest time in UVA history. She also won a silver medal in last year's Summer Olympics. The university's tweet garnered thousands of comments for social media users, many of whom correct UVA and informed the school that Wayant had actually won first place out of all of the females who competed against her. I identify her as first one Twitter user quipped. Well done.
I read an amazing thread last night, and I bet I can't find it again now. But it was somebody, with a doctor in their profile. And they're like, no, the female sport wasn't split off so that women could actually like win things because of physical differences. No. It was split off because we were coming into men's sports and we were beating them, and the men didn't like it, so they put us in the corner. And then she had this whole fucking thread of like very specific examples, like figure skating and stuff, where she's just like, no, every time a woman's come into a man's sport, like within a couple of years, that sport's been split off because we just show them up, and I'm like, what?
So let me just get this straight. Heyo. This thing at the left there, at the left of that in that image, is among the lowest ranking swimmers, with this chick being the highest ranking, and he just demolished her.
Yes, so
Yeah,
this
give
person,
points.
when they were a man, was mediocre. As a woman, they're beating the world's best female swimmers.
Wouldn't call that a woman, but okay.
I wouldn't call it a man either. It's a fucking cowardly, pathetic loser.
Hey, watch what you're saying there, dude. You might get banned on the Steam forum page of God of War 4.
Oh no. How could I ever cope?
Yeah, fuck, have I told that story on stream before?
I have no idea.
Don't know.
Well, if we have time after, I can tell
Yeah,
you,
we'll
tell
see.
you about it.
So, well done, Emma, on coming first, one Twitter user said. First place, another right. Shame on you, Virginia Swimming. Support your student athletes. She finished first. Say it, another Twitter user reacted. Emma won first place. We ain't taking the shit no more, another tweeted. Student of History said in our chat, so Emma won first and some very confused guy outpaced them? Yes.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yep. She took first, another Twitter user commented, as a UVA grad, I request that you recognise this. She won, they just happened to be running a single lane men's race at the same time, which is kind of confusing, another right. Yeah.
Ouch!
Yeah, she actually won first place, and I hope this is resolved, another Twitter user said. Clay Travis, whoever that is, said, congrats to Virginia freshman Emma Wyatt, the woman who would have won tonight's NCAA title in the 500 meter if women's sports were still sane.
The thing is, haven't there been cases where, like, some women have been disqualified from running in things because they've had naturally high testosterone?
Yes.
And yet
we mean Wimixon?
No.
Okay.
Real women.
Actually, like, natural women who just happen to have naturally high testosterone levels.
Oh yeah, but I'm just talking that they have been
excluded from races and stuff because they've tested too high for testosterone, yeah. And yet we can have this and it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's because
it needs to be a simple rule. If you have ever owned a penis, you are not allowed in women's sports.
Ever owned a penis? That can be construed a bit differently.
Well, look, if a woman owns your penis, you have bigger problems.
I got a problem, sir. I can't because my wife owns my penis. A weird story, I tell you.
Yeah. So the article just continues with people talking about how she won, and some
which she did,
useless piece of shit, pathetic loser man, who, as student of history says, as a man, not even top 100 as a woman. I'm number one. Woo! Billy Bloggs says, I own several. Keep them in jars.
I mean, who doesn't? You know.
I am not visiting you, I hear.
You see why Obi-Wan asks, would you rather a man owned your penis? Well, a man does own my penis, and I am that man.
Yes.
And no, you can't buy it from me.
Capitalism, though.
And no, you can't rent it either.
Capitalism, though.
Well, that's the beauty of capitalism. It means it's mine. Because property rights. It is my property, and I will do with it as I want.
Speaking of which, there was actually a guy outside the hotel this morning who just stood out. He had been drinking, of course, inebriated as fuck, and he just whipped that out and just started pissing out in the street.
Oh, God, what a freak. And no, I'm not shipping it to Billy in a jar. It is mine and I need it for reasons.
Yes, research purposes.
Indeed. Oh, dear. So I got something else. So last week, we mentioned how fascist dictator Dan Andrews and his horrendous pandemic response set the Melbourne CBD back 2 decades. Well,
Yes.
let me see if I can grab up my next article. So, Victorian population shrinks by size of Wodonga as pandemic exodus hits. Victoria is now home to 43,000 fewer people than at the start of the pandemic, making it the only 43,000 people left the state over COVID fascism.
Sweet.
Enough people to fill the Victorian border sea of Wodonga in the 12 months to March. So Victoria's population declined 0.6%. When you're talking about the population of a state, that's fucking massive.
This is not just a city. That is pretty fucking big.
Oh, if we were to look at city, it's probably fucking huge, and I think that's coming up next.
I mean, that number is like my hometown times 3.
Yeah,
Small
quite
city,
possibly.
probably.
Yes. So there you go. Nationally, there was a 0.1% population increase, about 35,700 people.
Damn.
How is there a population increase in the world's deadliest pandemic? Never mind that. Moving on.
The population decreased because of COVID.
Yes. But magically, zombies is... I don't know.
Kind of makes sense, though.
Yeah, so they actually have a chart. So the national population increased by 35,700 people, while 42,900 people left Victoria. Most of them apparently moving to New South Wales or Queensland, because Queensland was the least insane of the COVID fascism states. It's still an absolute fucking horrendous hellhole. It just looks so much better when you compare it to Victoria. Or Western Australia, where the borders are still closed. Or the Northern Territory, where they put Aboriginal kids in voluntary quarantine facilities and then launched massive manhunts when they escaped from their voluntary quarantine facility.
Took a peaceful walk. Unregistered peaceful walk.
Yes. But remember, when you live in a fascist hellhole, you can't go anywhere without government permission.
Nice. That was an ironic nice.
Yes, I figured. So, another article. Exodus has been forecast for 2 states after the pandemic. There's an expected jump for interstate arrivals moving to Queensland following 2 years of COVID shutdowns in Victoria and New South Wales. And it estimated in a report posted on December 20 that there would be 105,100 arrivals in Queensland in 2022. 100,000 people moving state to escape COVID fascism. In a country of 27 million. For example, Victoria lost an incredible 44,700 people at a rate of 122 packing up shop and leaving each day. Exodus marked a 0.7% drop in population year on year. Comes after years of Victoria's population going up. Unsurprisingly, turns out people don't want to be locked in their house for the world's longest lockdown. Oh, cat, what's the problem with you? So, what else has been going on? Well, turns out that the population and house spot prices are spiking as Victorians run to the regions. So, the town we were talking about that went back 2 decades is Melbourne, the capital city of Victoria.
Okay.
So, to people. So, for example, this one person moving from inner Melbourne to Ballarat has given her blah, 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 more time with her family. So, yeah. Obviously, a shit ton of people. So, in the year to March 2021, net migration from Melbourne to regional Victoria reached 19,700, the highest year on record. Yeah, it turns out that when you have it's like 600 days of lockdown, people go, you know what, fuck this, I'm moving.
Yeah, weird that.
I don't know how you could possibly predict that.
We were like, don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, like the study also showed younger people were more likely to leave Melbourne during the pandemic, with those aged 25 to 44 making up 57% of respondents who shifted after the first lockdown in 2020. No shit! Like, surprising absolutely fucking nobody.
I mean, it could surprise someone who's so indicted into their leftist ideology that they are literally blind to this shit.
Yep, and of course, these massive moves to regional areas are putting pressure on resources. Because guess what? The local doctors' clinics are overwhelmed by demand. You know, the thing that the hospitals weren't. So the regional doctors' clinics are overwhelmed by people who moved away from COVID fascism. And the hospitals, turns out they were fine.
Of course. The hospitals. Save the hospitals. Kill the kids to save the hospitals. Oh, wait. The hospitals managed to buy.
Yeah, it turns out the kids moved regionally with their parents. And those kids are doing fine. Because they didn't miss out on quite as much of 2 years of school.
Strange that.
Yeah, who'd have ever fucking thought?
Yeah, it's almost as if that is connected. Also, I've heard this wacky conspiracy theory that we're forcing kids to wear masks actually retards their ability to become social individuals. But that's probably just a conspiracy theory.
That sounds like something a Trump-supporting racist would say.
Oh, me? Well, I mean, yes, totally.
Yes.
I'm just tired of being subtle. I'm tired of being subtle with it at this point. If they want a bad man so bad, fine. I'll pretend to be the guy in front of them.
Yes. Well, I have one other article prepared. This one in honor of Disco.
Ooh.
By which I mean Disco shared the article, and now we're going to talk about it.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, whoa. Whoa.
Study confirms computer science is least popular UK science. It's also a subject in which males outweigh females 6-1. Rah, man.
Oh my god.
The thing is, like, why is that a problem? Like, these people are clearly not in computer science, so, like, why is it a problem to you?
It's simple.
Because
it's a white collar job.
Everywhere.
It's a white collar job that pays reasonably well. It's not something smelly and dangerous like, oh, I don't know, oil drilling or sewer engineering.
Like, there's absolutely nothing, like, physically keeping women out of computer science. I did computer science at university. There was absolutely nothing stopping me from getting on the course and doing it. But there was only me and I think one other girl in my class because there just wasn't the interest.
And clearly, the reason there wasn't interest is because they were all bullied for decades by men for liking computers. Clearly. Totally. It's not just that women have a million things more interesting than computers. No. They can't possibly...
Like, somebody who's literally did computer science, there was nothing, absolutely nothing preventing me from doing it. There's no, big wall there. There's nobody standing at the front door being like, excuse me, wait a minute, you're not supposed to be here. Like, there's...
So my day job is a lie?
Fuck up. if there's not women on these courses, it's because they don't want to be there.
Yes.
No,
but, of course, the
it's
reason
because
they
of
don't want to
misogyny.
be there is misogyny. And they were discouraged in schools despite the fact that girls outperform boys by like 60%. So what else does this stupid thing say?
If you go down to the bottom of this article, like they start whinging that nobody on the forums said that they were non-binary, so the forums must have been skewed as well. Like they didn't give them the option to say they were non-binary, so
Yeah,
it's probably even
totally.
worse. I was like, shut the fuck up. Maybe people who are studying computer science have more important things to worry about than what pronouns they're using on their fucking surveys.
What are you saying, you horrible, the transphobe or whatever?
I thought you were about to call me a whore there.
No, whores aren't smart enough to study computer science.
No.
What are you saying, you whore?
I could call you a harlot if that makes it better.
No, thank you.
Silence, harlot!
Yeah. So, they warned that as for the balance of male and female participation, it can be in excess of 10 to 1 in some cases. That side, I've seen cases where it can be in excess of 30 to 1. And while male to female ratios of 2 to 1 were not untypical of the older information and communications technology curricula, the move to a more computing-focused approach has seen the imbalance grow, most regularly around the 5 to 6 to 1 level.
Okay, and?
Yep, then they whine. It also highlights that in England specifically, the ratio of male to female participation social awards worsens markedly from level 2 to level 3. Okay, but what's the ratio of women to men in higher education as a total? Oh, you don't want to talk about that.
It's stupid. Like, who cares? There's nothing stopping women being on these courses other than that they're not applying for them.
Yes, and
Got
of
a
course,
question.
like
Justin blah blah queen of blackface. I can't pronounce that fucking word. It is not even a chance. Justin something queen of blackface asks, "Do women need a computer science degree to start an OnlyFans?"
no, they don't.
No, they
To
just
be
need
fair,
to use
neither do men.
Nope.
They'd just be less
Yes,
successful.
I'll open an OnlyFans. You can watch my supple man tits on display.
Well, yeah, why do more men than women study computer science? Is it because they can't get their tits out and get paid for it at anywhere near the same level of success?
Get paid to put them away, I suppose.
That's about it.
Get your man tits out of my face. Only if you give me $5. Fine. Thank you.
Like, we pay you to put it behind the paywall.
Yep. So they then go on to
you with this.
Yep. So they then whine. Why does it matter how many females choose to study IT, you ask? The work's still getting done right. The problem arises because teams that develop, say, the use of AI in medicine or algorithms that affect their financial lives or employment chances need to be diverse to ensure outcomes are fair and relevant to everyone in society. Well, that's just a blatant fucking lie. What? That's not just wrong, that's a straight up lie. The use of AI in medicine. Like, do they think that men can't look at a X-ray of a woman and go, well, cut the dick off?
Do they think that, like, the people who are programming these are being like, yes, discriminate against women, you know, like coding it in? Or, like, what are they thinking? If they're making it to do a job.
Oh, someone just...
I think they must
Green
think that
Branch
everybody thinks
one
like
just
them.
subscribed. Hello, welcome, friend.
Hello? Oh, wait, we had a subscriber?
We did. Green Branch 1.
Hello, man.
Welcome.
Welcome to the club. To the group.
Yes.
To the echo chamber.
We had cookies, but Trim ate them.
But yeah, I guess they think that everybody is thinking along the same lines as them and just constantly pushing ideology, rather than these people are like they don't have time to be worrying about your stupid gender ideology. They're just making programs.
Now you just blew the mind of every single leftist that the world isn't revolving around them. How will they cope?
Well, apparently they don't.
Oh, shit.
Green Branch 1 in chat says, Lord, thanks. Okay, what else have we got? Oh yeah, here we go. Here's the one. A fair point, though the binary nature of these particular results does have me wondering how represented the numbers might be of the wider spectrum of genders. What wider spectrum of genders? How many hermaphrodites do you think there are in the average computer science class?
Yes, but what are the pronouns of all the programmers?
We don't fucking care.
Nobody gives a damn. Just leave us alone.
My pronouns
like at the right
are your master.
That makes no sense.
Exactly. It's not supposed to make sense. It actually should be my lord or my master, but no, I'm gonna make it yours. I'm gonna confuse
Goshu Jinsama.
Huh?
Oh, fuck off. Try and be a better weeb.
No, sorry, I didn't hear you.
My pronouns are your and majesty.
No, it's like, Trim, aren't your pronouns supposed to be Goshu Jinsama?
Oh, you motherfucker. Who's the weeb now, you bastard?
Still you.
Both of you.
Silence, woman.
Quiet, harlot.
Begone, weeps!
Oh, shit. Yeah. I've been wasted away.
Oh, shit, Prime Knight has an update for us. Fucking hell, groups of men have broken in at the temporary homes of Ukrainian refugees in Sweden. The women and children are now scared about staying in Sweden. No one has gotten hurt. Those fucking Asians. How dare those Asians do that?
It's just... Why, though?
God. Yeah, and then they just whine about other crap in the article. God damn pathetic.
So basically just... Whee!
Yes, they're not talking about our made-up genders. Ree. Billy Blogs asks, are the raping new Swedes attacking the Ukrainians in Sweden? Well, from what Prime Knight said, apparently.
God damn it.
That's basically the story of it, isn't it? Yes, god damn it. Could they leave them alone?
No, of course not. They're not part of the in-group, and they probably don't have the same faith, which means they are part of the out-group, which must be obliterated in the name of Allah.
I can see that harlot's hair! She must want to be raped. And then we will kill her for having sex outside of marriage.
Yes, that is the most logical fucking thing ever existing on this godforsaken planet.
Clearly.
Yes.
But remember, that's not misogynistic because it's their culture.
Yes. Also not fucking homicidal or terrorist because it's their culture. How dare we question them and their faith and beliefs?
Prime Knight says no race or ethnicity was in the article until
it's because it's Sweden.
Yeah. Until it's reported, I will just say yes, says Prime Knight. I mean, look, if they aren't mentioning race or ethnicity in the article, we know what it's going to be.
They only mention race and ethnicity when it's not one of their kind.
They only mention race and ethnicity when it is a straight white man.
Who is, of course, we all know, yes, the most evil creature ever to exist on this planet.
Yep.
So, Besik, how does it feel to be literal fucking Sauron?
It's fucking great, man. Though I tell you
I
what,
love it.
someone needs to do something about those idiots down at the patriarchy office. I haven't gotten my check in years.
You too? What is this fucking bullshit? I'm like 100,000 behind on my oppression checks. How am I going to drive my slaves before me in a grand crusade?
Why are they even done with checks? Can't they just EBT it through? Like, fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Just,
I mean, or just mail me pieces of gold.
like, pieces of silver, you mean?
Well.
Send me my shekels, damn it.
Hey, in the chat, has any of you gotten your oppression or patriarchy money yet? Because I'm starting to suspect that this office have just quietly closed down. Or
maybe it's just full of diversity officers rather than anyone who's actually competent at their job.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that lately. But shouldn't the patriarchy office be against diversity?
Well, it should be, but men can be black too.
Ooh.
And remember, the patriarchy office only says you have to be male, so it doesn't say you have to be straight.
Or an actual genetic man. I mean, male privilege and all that shit.
Look,
Yep.
just need to change me pronouns and I can cash in on these chats.
That's probably why we don't get anything, because women have already done this shit.
Yep, all those trans men are plugging up the system
women
and getting
ruin
out
everything.
checks.
I'll just change my pronouns from Her Majesty to His Majesty, you know?
God fucking damn it. His Majesty has ruined it again.
Oh dear. Well, so what do we got in chat? So Student of History says, I fucking wish I could really use some extra cash right now. Green Branch says, it's government, so your check is in the mail. Well, there's the fucking problem. They've completely fucking destroyed the postal service.
Aww.
Probably some woman down at the sorting office stealing all our patriarchy checks.
Hey, did you hear that Wujiki chick took the seat there recently? Maybe, just maybe. Google did start.
Is that the problem? Google's been stealing our patriarchy checks.
Or Kathleen fucking Kennedy. This fucking bitch. I mean, Kathleen Kennedy, the talented and wise and great leader of Disney. Long may she burn.
Long may she burn.
If it was up to me, if it comes to like Disney and Amazon, I would just have everything collapse with all the leaders and especially the goddamn middle management inside the buildings, and then just take the money and just let it fly. Because I'm pretty sure that whoever got it, even if it was a drug addicted criminal, would still use the money more wisely than they.
This is probably true.
Yes.
Actually,
no, I'm not salty about the Lord of the Rings or Star Wars thing. Not at all. What makes you think that?
Ridiculous. Student of History says, I'm still surprised Trim hasn't ranted about Disney trademarking Thor and Loki. I think he's popped a blood vessel. And he's disconnected. He's done, he's gone, he's dead.
He's dead. You killed him.
You killed him, Student of History. Well fucking done. He must have had an aneurysm and fallen on his keyboard.
It's like, what? Pop.
Oh, he's back. He might have survived.
That physically fucking hurt me in so many ways.
Trim dead.
Dying inside.
Yeah.
So who do I have to strangle for that? I mean, Meat and Greek.
Mythos says they copyright their versions of Thor and Loki,
yeah,
which is a bit more reasonable.
Oh, it's so fucking.
But of interest, Green Branch says, "Did you hear about the rest of the Disney employees human trafficking?" Well done, Disney. I think I didn't watch the video, but I think either like the Quartering or the Beanie Boy was talking about it. It was probably Quartering.
I mean, we're talking about the company who was thanking the Chinese goddamn truth department for the Milan film, so it doesn't really surprise me.
Ah, yes, the Chinese Department of Slavery and Human Rights Abuses.
Disney needs to burn, man. All of them, just all of it, just oh boy.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Let's see if we can get the article up. And of course, I will use Google for my search engine because why the fuck not?
Well, that's the problem, huh? They've literally sent everybody back to Google because it's just as bad, but at least, probably offers more features.
At least you know that you're being fucked, but you get more features for
Well,
it.
yeah, you're still being fucked, but at least it works better. Oh, Polk County. Oh, Polk County press conferences are the fucking best. I strongly recommend finding the full video of the press conference and checking that out later, guys. Because the sheriffs are fucking mad, lad.
Oh.
Like, there was this... I will pop the link. I will see if I can pop it in the chat. I might be able to. But I will also pop it in live shows. But
I love this.
you can
Disney play.
Grady Judd, I think's his name, but you should check him out on some of his stuff out on YouTube. Like, there's this one guy, and at the press conference, one of these dumb shit reporters was like, why did your officers shoot him that many times? Because evil can never be dead enough. Oh, baby.
You can always trust Florida to do the right thing, because if this was in California, the Disney people would be awarded a medal for being so diverse.
Yeah, but Polk County will fuck your shit up.
Oh yes.
Oh, here we go.
As you should.
108 arrests in a 6-day undercover operation dubbed Operation March Sadness 2. And the operation focused on human trafficking, prostitution, and pedophiles.
Disney.
4 suspects are Disney employees. I mean, that's less sensational than it sounds originally. If you arrest 108 pedophiles in Florida, you're probably going to find a bunch from Disney.
Arrest 100 pedos. 4 of them will be from Disney.
Well, I mean, it's one of the larger employers there.
So what we're saying is that if you do a Rittenhouse inside Disney, then you're bound to rack up a virtuous record then.
I mean, it's kind of self-selection. If you're a pedophile who lives in Florida, you're probably going to try and get a job at Disney.
Yes.
So it's not quite as shocking as it sounds on the surface, I think, but it's still fucking hilarious. But good on them, they got 108 of the fucking bastards. As Billy Blog says, why did you shoot the criminal 100 times? Because they ran out of ammo.
Based.
So what do we got? We have Xavier Jackson, 27. Oh, he's black. When sent inappropriate photos of himself and messages to an undercover detective who pretended to be a 14-year-old girl. The 3 others who were allegedly attempting to solicit a prostitute were identified as Wilkerson Fidel, 24, Shubham Malave, 27, who's on a visa citizenship from India, and Ralph Leese, who spent nearly 4 years working in IT.
So is he Vosh's supplier?
Who knows? But how the fuck did they get the human trafficker? But still, well, good on them.
Oh, you gotta love it.
The arrest of a human trafficker and 4 child predators alone makes this whole operation worthwhile. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd, who's one of the most based chads in America, said in a news conference, where there is prostitution, there is exploitation, disease, dysfunction, and broken families. This is true in places where prostitution is illegal. I won't speak to places where prostitution is legal, because I don't know.
It depends on where you are.
Now, Base Ape says, if you want your patriarchy money, you need to join a women's sports competition, beat the crap out of them, take the prize money as payment.
Ah, all right. Okay, that's how we done it. There's been a lot of changes. I haven't been in a what's it called, misogynist meeting in a long time.
Well, that's it. They keep letting women in. All that internalized misogyny is destroying our proper misogyny.
Yeah. No, it's weird seeing Sarkeesian being in one of those meetings.
What was even weirder was that she was hitting on everyone. Especially the guy who looked like Carl.
I don't know about you, but I think there might be some attraction in that. And yes, I know it's a shit joke that they're being annoying because they want to fuck him, but come on, it's a bad joke, but it's still fun. La-di-da.
You see why IB1 says we need more externalized misogyny.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
And yes, Green Bench, Epstein did not kill himself. He was helped by a certain group. Let's just say that.
Nor did French actor J. Smollett.
Well, actually, his incompetence and ineptitude would allow him to be able to strangle himself with a piece of paper.
And then claim someone else did it.
Yeah, in the ones...
Racism!
Racism!
Yes. Two white men wearing MAGA hats came into my prison cell and put a noose around my neck. Oh dear. Oh god, I wish I could repeat what... fuck. I've completely forgotten the comedian's name. The one who keeps getting in trouble with Netflix for being too based.
David Chappelle?
Yes, Chappelle. Dave Chappelle. Well, I wish I could repeat what he said about Jesse Smollett. Because he's like, I walked up to him and asked, are you that bundle of sticks, racist word for a black person, from Empire? And he's like, white people don't speak like that. Do you know who speaks like that? I do.
Based. I like Chappelle. I really, really do.
Chappelle's great.
He doesn't take any shit. I love it.
He does not fuck about.
No. But he does find out.
I just love that he hasn't backed down from those whiny bitches at Netflix.
Which is why I love that guy and almost willing to say no homo.
Oh dear. Oh, look at this stupidity from on here. Russian cosmonauts arrive at International Space Station wearing yellow and blue, colours of Ukrainian flag. And how long ago do you think those... how long ago do you think those uniforms were made? Oh, yeah, there we go. It's unclear what, if any, message the yellow uniforms they change into or intend to send. I'm guessing none. Oh, yeah, every crew chooses its own flight suits. In fact, we had a lot of yellow material, so we needed to use it, so that's why we had to wear yellow. Oh, so talk about fucking dumb as shit fucking propaganda. Cosmonauts arrive at International Space Station wearing yellow and blue colours of Ukrainian flag. Right, one, what makes you think for a moment that the Russian Space Agency would allow that? It's so dumb. So fucking dumb. Worst fucking propaganda so far.
Yeah. He's just fucking stupid, mate.
Yeah.
Also, I found a picture. I'm posting it in live shows. South Park is always on the money. Every single goddamn time.
Yep. You can just see third place going, this motherfucker.
Yeah. I just like how second looks like she's already won because she knows she won.
Yeah,
And then
she
you
knows
have,
she's the real winner.
And then you have the thing on first place, not really enjoying the victory because it knows the truth.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even mediocre.
Yeah, so you see why IB1 says that in regards to yellow and blue, colours of many police departments as well. Also Sweden. Bunch of sports teams.
That is.
Oh, look! If we look at the photo, oh look, the patches are white, blue, red. Gee, I wonder what that fucking stands for. And then it's
be Ruski.
Yes, funny that. And then it's like, oh, it's yellow. Oh, right, so the people who have a high chance of needing to be rescued in a splashdown when they come back. Yes, they totally wouldn't wear bright colours for the possibility of needing to have their asses collected.
Of course not. Why would they?
And not even good propaganda.
They're not even worth lighting on fire. Maybe.
Yeah. But what idiot sees Russian cosmonauts in yellow and blue and goes, they must be supporting Ukraine? No, if the space agency thought that they were trying to do that, they'd have their asses kicked.
It could be an extremely delusional individual, though.
Like someone who'd write for a major news outlet?
Yep.
I
mean, those are the most delusional ones, though.
Sure. It's true.
Yes. Well, that is all the prepared content I had.
Oh no.
Yes, it's been a relatively slow news week, actually.
I've also sidetracked a lot this trip, so, you know.
Ooh, Callum Jason's off to murder some greenskins. Excellent. For the Emperor. I mean, what?
Excellent. I support the destruction of orcs, but if you meet the Tau, always prioritize eliminating the blueberry contest.
I am confused.
Warhammer.
My friend.
Basically murder the evil others.
Yes.
Yep.
Always gatekeep, guys. Gatekeep with hammer and bolter.
Uh-oh, Tossi's in chat and he's like, the fuck you just said about orcs?
Oh, wait. What? Nestic, how could you do this?
I think you should be more upset. Because you see why IB1 says your icons match the picture.
Hey, oh. I mean, I am a fucking troll, so not that far from an orc. But unfortunately, I'm a white man, so I can never be a true orc. I'm sad.
Oh no.
Oh. I
You
will
can just
forever...
identify as, and it'll be fine.
No, you transracial only works for women.
I identify as orc, and orc self. There you go.
Ah,
Now you get to be an orc.
now I want to hear your
That
war
work.
cry. Give me a wog.
A what?
Wog. Shout
what?
wog. Shout wog.
Wag?
Do it.
Wag.
Do it.
Wag?
No.
We're going to have to tell Callum that your wags are weak. The wags are weak in this one.
Yeah, disappointed. Highly disappointed.
I are confused.
Pretend. Okay, do this.
I'll ask Callum at work on Monday.
Pretend that Nicholas Sturgeon is standing in front of you, just speaking completely useless shit, and the only way to get rid of her is shouting "wog" loud and clear.
Is to put her in the sea.
Yes, but the only way you can get her there is by shouting "wog" loudly.
Wag.
As you beat her with your sword.
That is the most pathetic wag I've ever heard. It's not wog, it's wag.
That's what you're saying. You're like, wag. Like, what? It doesn't make any sense, Trip.
It's that hurt my throat.
Oh god, oh chat. Dusty says, I do not feel this war cry, I literally feel more peaceful from that wag. And Mythos says Disco can only RP Skaven.
Yeah, she can squeak.
And she fears cats.
No, she's the ultimate Skaven. She has domesticated their terror.
I wouldn't call those little monsters domesticated.
True. Though, honestly, if Disco was a Skaven, she would have to be trans Skaven, because Skaven males are the only ones who can do what we call thinking, and the females are basically giant, basically like that boar, massive, hungry, titanic, feral creatures only meant for breeding.
So like your mother, Trim.
I know, huh?
My favorite character is male, though.
Yeah, a character, but not you.
We're talking about RP.
But that's right. You do an RP.
Yes.
Oh, laughs in Yamasu. Now that's a failure that still annoys me, but still.
Ooh, student. Ooh, naughty. Be nice. Be nice. She can barely speak English, let alone warg.
Ouch.
If.
For you.
It's not very nice.
It's not, is it?
But she can squeak. She can squeak.
Can squeak.
Strong woman.
Seconds back. A second.
I'm trying to find the picture of my my Skaven. There he is.
A tiny rat with a massive fuck-off gun.
As one should. Your gun should be taller than you are.
Honestly, though, it's a punt gun. She has a gun that is illegal in Skavenblight. Did you know that it is illegal in Skavenblight? Because it's so massive. It's a reference to Lotus Eaters about how Leo keeps bragging about the gun, and that's a Jezza, which is really big.
Oh god, it annoys me so much because they're not illegal in America. You're not allowed to hunt with them, but they are not illegal in America. You can use them. There is no law against using them for home defense.
You can't hunt with them, but home defense is basically like that, it'll be
like the copy pasta.
Yes, as the founding fathers intended. Just run up to the stairs, get my punt gun, tally ho!
They have like private cannons and shit.
Well, like unironically, a musket and a triangular bayonet would be a fucking improvement in self-defense rights for me.
Oh, beautiful. I mean, the smoothbore gun does not hit their enemy, it nails the neighbor's dog.
Yes. And then they fire the cannon loaded with grape shot.
Dead on the spot.
Hold on, I need to post this in the live shows. The fuck is live? Oh, there it is. There we go.
Can I hear a squeak from you, Disco? Come on, squeak.
No.
Come on.
Squeak.
There we go. That's better than nothing.
Yes, good
Oh,
old
George.
stone toss. Shall not
You
be
have to wait
infringed.
for one of the cats to jump on me
What did I
take
mean
you
by
by
this?
surprise, and then you get a proper squeak. Just like
Shall not be infringed. What did they mean by this?
Yeah, what did they mean by that?
Yeah, I wonder. It's so not clear. It's so up for interpretation.
Uh-oh.
I heard cat. Kitty cat. Oh.
Kitty!
Where's Black? He likes the kitty noises.
Black 1917 as he loves the kitty noises. We need to stream again. He must be getting like withdrawals by now.
Yeah. Should we try tomorrow?
Maybe I have the Skaven RP tomorrow.
Ah, shit.
Hello, George. Again, I'm pretty sure I just put you off my knee, and you seem to have rematerialized.
Super cat.
Ah, the kitty cat.
Monsieur Kitty.
Monsieur Kitty Cat. Pussy, yes.
George is in the way.
Who
Well,
knew?
it's like one of my friends is calling me.
Alright. He comes, he goes.
I thought my headset died again.
How
But
many
no,
times does that happen?
For some reason today there must be something wrong with the wire, but I keep getting only sound in one ear unless I like half unplug them, and then I get sound in both ears. But then it means that it keeps falling out.
That happens
kinda
to mine as
annoying.
well sometimes, but I just tend to wiggle my headset around and suddenly the
I'm really annoyed
audio
actually because
issue
these
falls
are less
away.
than a year old, and they were pretty expensive considering if they're already fucking broken.
Well, then you should have gotten
You
a
people
better
use
one then.
wired
These
headsets?
were really expensive.
Well, then you shouldn't have wasted your money then.
Oh dear. Based Ape says Disco has a restless pussy.
Apparently.
And Student of History says, Hi, Kitty. Kitty says hi.
That
Yes,
was
we
actually
do.
perfectly timed.
Love it when the cats pull that off.
Just like, hi. Just doing.
Doesn't make any noises for you. Quiet,
Yes.
human. Now supposed to feed me.
Well, according to my cat, it's always dinner time.
It's always doing time, yes. Always.
Like, I can unironically only tell the time by the cat. He gets fed at 5 and he starts meowing at almost exactly 3. Bloody cat.
Pretty sure the cause is Alzheimer's? I don't understand what I'd be the one.
Yeah, the
referring to.
cause of what? Is Alzheimer's?
I don't know. I'm not smart enough.
Mythos is sharing us some memes. I believe we spoke briefly about Diogenes being a bastard earlier. The ancient Greek philosopher Diogenes was known for mocking people. When watching a hopeless archer failing to hit his target, Diogenes went and sat by it, saying it was the safest place. When he saw a prostitute's son throwing rocks at a crowd, he said, "Careful, son, don't hit your father."
Oh, sorry.
But I'm pretty sure it was Diogenes who had a go at Plato and his chicken.
Yeah, isn't he? Behold, a man.
But yes, hopefully there's a meme for it.
So he kind of misgendered chicken, though. Didn't say it pulled out a cock. It was a chicken, a hen.
Yes, it was Diogenes and Plato. Oh, Cat, what do you want? Attention. Okay, fair enough. Yes, the old Google machine says, according to Diogenes, when Plato gave the tongue-in-cheek definition of man as a featherless biped, Diogenes plucked a chicken and brought it into Plato's academy, saying, "Behold, I've brought you a man."
With broad, flat nails.
Yeah. Oh dear.
He basically went around and was and sassed everyone, it seems like.
It does seem that way.
History's biggest fucking troll.
Yep. Oh, he was a cynic. That explains a lot.
Ah. Well, cynics do have a lot of humor.
Yep. Of course, he did a lot of obscenity. He said to have eaten in the marketplace, urinated on some people who insulted him, defecated in the theatre, and masturbated in public, pointed at people with his middle finger, which was considered insulting.
Wait, he invented the middle finger? Also, I found a meme.
Mythos found a meme too.
His first.
Behold a man.
Minecraft. A featherless man, man in Minecraft.
Yeah. Ah, yes, here we go. Kids are so dumb they believe that some guy with a beard will give them stuff for free. Then, of course, Marx.
Ancient Greeks invented everything. Cope Anglos. Yeah, except for the brown cheese. Get fucked. The height of civilization.
Yeah, they invented gay pedophilia too, didn't they?
Yeah. And we got the brown cheese, so we're better.
What was the Greeks' favourite pastime? Watching muscly, naked men coated in oil playing with each other?
Yeah, that was a pretty big thing there. Romans, on the other hand, was pretty happy just yeeting people into lion dens and seeing
I
how
mean,
that
the
turns
the
out.
Romans also enjoyed a bit of kitty diddling.
I mean, it's pretty standard, but pretty much along the politician lines and the highly religious. So it's a tradition we've been keeping for a long time.
It's a Roman Catholic tradition.
Yes, you could say that. Also, a politician tradition.
Yes. Oh, Cat is back. Hello, Cat. Say hello. Go on, say hello.
Hello.
Bloody Cat, he doesn't want to talk anymore.
Hello, Kitty. Not
Why is
you,
there
George.
no meow? Why does Kitty not meow?
Because Kitty is rubbing his face on the microphone.
Oh, that's fair.
Cat. Come on. No. He's going back to his cushion.
Yes. There will be enough cushion for more pushing than ever before.
I had to put a cushion on my desk because it was the only way I could convince the cat to stop sleeping on the mousepad. Which is inconvenient at the best of times, but it's even worse when my hand is on the mouse when he decides to sleep on both.
That does seem like to be an annoyance.
It's an inconvenience. Especially when you're trying to do something and then all of a sudden the cat decides that, oh, you want to press the trigger button now? Isn't that right, you cheeky little monster?
I don't have a cat, and I'm not allowed to have a cat here.
Yes, well, with your current work life, having a pet would be inconvenient. The
Yeah,
pet.
I kind of mistreating, really.
Yeah. Well, that's why I don't have a dog, because I like dogs. Unfortunately, between my previous job where I was out of the house 12 hours a day between travel and the actual job, and being a lazy fuck, it's not really a lifestyle for a dog.
No, and also the whole lazy fuckery is a honored tradition among misogynists.
Isn't it, Jess?
I'm more of a cat person myself, though, to be honest.
Yes. Cat, no, no biting.
Fuck, there was something else I was thinking about, but I keep fucking forgetting it because I'm a stupid bastard. Was it? I was gonna tell something. Fuck, what was I gonna say? Uh, does anyone else remember what I was about to say for an hour ago? Maybe an hour ago? I don't fucking know. Fuck. Yeah, I'm just hearing flatline noises. Well, that's my tinnitus, but you know, flatline noises.
Yes. Well, hopefully someone comes up with something, or we might have to wind up. Because I'm all out of good ideas for the week.
Yeah, unless I remember what I was gonna say, there's nothing else I can think of. Fuck. What was the thing I was gonna say? God, now that's gonna piss me off for the whole day.
Well, go back and watch the stream.
Yeah.
And then write it down for next week.
Oh, great.
Your homework.
Oh. No, I don't do homework.
You...
I finished school. I finished with homework.
Oh dear.
God damn it. This is absolute gayery. That's what it is.
Yes. Yes, clearly no one can remember what we were talking about.
It wasn't a joke. It was it was something that happened a while ago, but I fuck my life. We can call this section trim being fucking stupid or dement. No, I'm having a Biden moment.
Far too coherent for a Biden moment.
I can start making random rambling noises.
Good start so far.
Yeah, thing and with thing. I just we need to nuke America. Yes.
Nuke America. Yeah, well done, Biden.
I pretty sure he would actually say that one day.
Wouldn't surprise me. Said some pretty dumb things.
Oh yeah. God damn it.
Oh dear.
Fuck it. If I remember it, I'll tell it. It was a meme that reminded me of it, I think. Fucking hell.
Student History says, always talk about Juicy and beat that conversation like a hate crime. What, just... like, you mean like Jesse, just not and say we did?
Yeah. Come on, man. You know the thing. Yeah, I'm having one of those moments and it's pissing me off.
Tim's having a moment.
Yes, I'm having an elderly moment at the age of 30. I am really gonna live long, guys.
Groom's already past his best. We should just put him down.
Not far from it. But that reminds me about another thing, though, because I ended up getting COVID on the ship, right?
Yeah, how well did those
So
vaccines and masks work for you?
uh, they didn't work at all actually, but we were fortunately we were without the masks. But
Yeah.
here's the thing, uh, I was the only chef who got COVID. I was locked up in my cabin for 4 days, and despite getting a headache and losing all forms of energy to do anything, I did not have a fever or any issues with breathing.
And you weren't dead.
No,
Yes.
We were told that the unvaxxed were gonna have a summer of death or winter of
I
death or
must be
something.
immortal then.
Hello,
Either that or I
I
die
came
and then
in
rise again.
because I heard it's good to be fashionably late.
Fashionably
Hello.
late. We're about to pack up and leave.
Fashionably enough
That
for
is
me.
really
Goodbye.
fucking fashionable, dude. I like
Yeah.
it. Classic.
You can't see me,
Anyway,
but
so
I'm like pulling the collar off my shirt now. Looking
nice.
fancy.
There's the one thing is though that in my father has a heart condition that where his blood pressure is increasing and causing his heart to one of his heart chambers to expand, right? And it turns out right after I was like, "Oh, you have COVID," and locked up and was to be locked up in my cabin for 4 days. My dad calls me like, "Yeah, you know what? This seems like the heart condition might be genetic. There's a 50% chance you also have it, son.
Awesome.
Yay!
So I might have a heart condition."
Just add it to the list.
Yeah, it's just like, sure. What else you got?
Think about it this way. Now you're more quirky and have reasons to be like, oh gee, like I'm so strange, like you
Nah,
need.
nah, nah. I can't do that. Many people have heart conditions like the entire country of America. But I will
Oh
become
shit.
quirky. I will become quirky and cool when I too get a buffed up pacemaker installed. My father is technically a cyborg now.
Can't we just put like a dog shock collar around your heart and give me the controller?
Yeah, I want to live past 60.
Yeah, that's not an option.
Yeah, well, fuck you too,
With
Sweden.
me.
Well,
Gladly.
Oh, good times. I was trying to remember a fucking thing I was gonna tell, but I've just had a full-on goddamn Biden moment here. So it's like,
Oh yeah, I
okay.
noticed. That's why I came
Yeah.
in.
Oh yeah.
I wanted
Just
to wheel you out and say like, I'm sorry, Trim. I don't know how he got here. I don't know what he's doing here. Why someone let
Oh,
him
no,
in?
no.
It's kind of mean, but no,
Well,
Trim.
yeah.
Don't worry, don't worry. No, Trim. No, they're
Oh,
friends.
dinner.
We'll
It's dinner.
look. We'll get ice cream. We'll get ice cream.
Oh wait,
We
ice
have
cream.
ice cream. Yes, ice cream at home.
Yes, ice cream. I like ice cream.
Yeah.
Yes. Can you help me
In
get
other
some
notes,
ice cream?
I now have an official song together with Ape. Me and him have a
Oh
song.
God.
Oh,
Yes, it's the Celine Dion version of Apple Bottom Jeans.
Oh dear.
that's beautiful.
It is. It is beautiful.
Also, they
I
seem that
feel like it's time to run away.
no disco.
Think Fezzik.
Hey, disco, prove that you're a man.
No.
Hey, you said you already already transitioned. Prove it.
Yeah, my pronouns are his and majesty, you fucking bigot.
Yeah,
That's all the proof
prove that
you
you're a
need.
man. Come on.
That's all the proof you need.
No, I'm a misogynist. Remember? Smollett. Billy Vlogs really wants us to talk about Smollett. Smollett. You know the guy who was totally attacked by a bunch of hardcore white supremacist bangers yelling, "This is MAGA country," while
Yeah.
putting a news that he had totally not paid for himself with bleach that he did not buy
I
himself.
can't believe
Uh,
the idiot he paid him like what, a check or bank transfer or something. Like you
Yep.
fucking retard.
That is a very surprising, but that just tells how fucking gone you are. There's nothing there anymore.
Yep.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that the I'm not suicidal is just another way to garner attention because Juicy is just so addicted to attention at this point.
Yeah, that he is.
Oh yeah. And of course, he's now pissed in a copy of every big shot in America, so that's gonna end up well for him.
Don't
Yep.
worry, guys. He's not suicidal.
No.
No, he'll just die in a really unfortunate, completely unsolvable hit-and-run accident.
To be honest, though, he would be able to manage to kill himself like that too.
By accident faking
It
a
is. It is
murder attempt.
Jussie fucking Smollett we're talking about here.
Can't believe that personal check he used. Apparently,
What?
he used personal check to pay the guys. Like, fuck's sake!
Look. They realized he had a lot of
me.
money with the check.
No,
And then he went
he
for-
paid them with check.
Yes, he literally signed that he was getting them to fucking commit crimes for him.
And still he's out of prison now?
Yeah, apparently that's
He didn't
standard
leave.
for his appeal. But if his appeal fails, he still has to serve his full sentence.
Oh,
Good.
thank fucking God if he does that. I'm just so tired of the little shit. He needs to go.
Yes, sick of hearing his crap.
Yeah. I am not suicidal. I am innocent. Twink noises. So much twink noises. He was friends with the state prosecutor, Kamala Harris, and the Obamas. That is, the Obamas are such brave and wonderful people. They are the first transsexual, homosexual couple to ever be in the White House.
They were brave though. Did you know that they were in a room with the person who attacked Justice Smollett?
Yeah, that is incredibly brave. Also, weren't they in the room? They've also been in the room with the person that took out Epstein. I mean, facilities is execute. I mean, we're watching when his accident
Ocean.
came.
Funny
if I
that.
disappear and have an accident, that wasn't me.
Jim's
believe
like,
you.
I'm not suicidal.
Suicidal. I am not suicidal.
You see why I'd be the one that continues to say, not exactly the Clintons, but that's probably why he said that. They didn't want him to start singing in jail.
Uh,
Oh, dear. Ugh. Well, I'm having a case of the 4 a.m., so we might wind things up, eh?
Oh, perfect.
I think
I
it's
feel like
about
I've
time for
contributed
that, 'cause
enough.
I gotta make food too.
he
Yeah, you
came,
have
bullied
contributed a
him.
lot so far. More than you've done before.
That's true. More than usual, let's say.
Yeah, more than usual.
This is the year where Toste becomes a constant ending partner of the show.
Oh god, I would love that. You're like jumping like 2 minutes before the end. Like, I am here, let's go.
And gone. Oh, Babylon V for 1 hour ago. Let's see. I'm gonna send you a link before we leave. We can do this one. Okay.
All right,
Posting it in live shows.
Justice Smollett
And
claims he
remember-
received a harsh sentencing just because he created a hoax and tried to start a race war.
I mean, Babylon B started off as a joke, and now they're pretty
No, it's
much
just
just
future.
telling the unfiltered truth.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, either that or it's just, oh, I wonder what will happen tomorrow. Let's check the Babylon B.
Yep.
Yep.
They do tell the future as accurately as Alex Jones, but instead of like 10 years to 20 years of Alex Jones, it's more like 1 to 2.
I still can't believe that Alex Jones. Like half the time when he's wrong, it's because he didn't go far enough.
Yeah. Oh, love it.
Oh God.
Sorry, I just noticed on Twitter that Guy Verhofstadt opened his stupid mouth again.
Yeah.
You
Johnson's
what?
comparison of the courageous fight of Ukraine with Brexit is insane. Brexit was about undoing freedoms and leaving the EU. Ukrainians want more freedom and to join the EU.
Right.
What?
So freedom is only what I tell you. Freedom is only
about
to live
Guy
under my
Verhofstadt?
dictatorship.
How about Guy Verhofstadt can fuck off back to whatever hell country he comes from and go die? Because that guy can fuck off. Sorry, I'm really tired.
Jonathan Wong says the democratic will of both the British people and the Ukrainian people to determine their membership of the EU of freedom in action. You wouldn't know freedom even if it elbowed you square in the face.
Sure.
Retweet. Like.
Not wrong.
Oh hey, I found guys, I found the picture where it shows the first and second place, how it showed up for the swimmers. Let's see, I need to fucking get the thing. Stop lagging.
I love how he calls Brexit undoing freedoms. Like, if you don't want to live under my rules and regulations that I'm passing down to you and there's nothing you can do about it, then you're undoing freedoms.
It is the German conception of freedoms, and that is what the state allows.
Total fascism.
Yes.
Like, yeah, I don't want to live under whatever you call fucking freedom, mate.
I've got a suggestion. Can we just nuke Austria and Germany? Because it seems like all the worst shit comes out of those two countries.
It would solve a lot of fucking problems.
Like, come on.
CDC says it accidentally inflated children's COVID death numbers, encoding logic error.
Oh, yeah, it was an accident, obviously.
Totally accidental.
This one here.
Whoopsie. Yeah, whoopsie.
Yeah.
Where are you posting?
In live shows.
And then we definitely didn't use those oopsie-doopsie numbers to justify more tyrannical measures. No, that one asked.
Oh, dear. Yeah, Prime's not like, oh, you added the photo to the truth. Yeah, funny that.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Ah, dearie
we
me.
shouldn't nuke Japan anymore because we might risk making anime real, and there are some animes I don't want to risk.
Yeah, I think we nuke Japan just the right amount of times.
Yeah. However, we should probably try a few other countries, though there is a risk that some other things might become real then.
Ah, dear. Don't you just... Trying the Mojave makes you wish for a nuclear winter.
Kinda does, but then again, I don't want to have my skin melt off. Some risks are not worth the reward.
This is this way.
So, it depends on what the new or who the nuke hits. Zuckerberg, what?
Damn Zuckerberg.
Though he would probably survive. He's a robot. He's probably backed himself up in like 500 different robot bodies.
Yeah, he just re-download. It'd be fine.
I think I've seen this movie. Oh dear. Alrighty. Any final words to chat?
Well, it's been nice having you here as usual. Sorry for talking over you, Disco, but I'm a white male and I always do that. It's my duty. Nice having you here, guys. Always fun having you. And I'm just gonna shut up for once. I never do that.
Trim knows how to shut up? That's weird.
I've seen no evidence of this.
I can try, but no. Just no.
Oh, I don't know. We can server mute him.
This
will
will not stop me.
Oh dear. Alrighty, I think that is all from us then, folks. Been a pleasure having you all. Welcome to our new friends and our returning old friends, in particular Green Branch. Thank you for your sub, and I hope to see you again.
Have a wonderful day and Shadilay.
Yeah.
Bye.
As Prime Knight says, may we see another podcast and not a nuclear winter. Shadilay. Yep, Shadilay, folks. And we will see you all next time.
Bye.